Mr. Speaker, members of the Congress of the United States, at any time, it would be a privilege for me to address Congress, more especially this present august body, which will have so much to do in shaping the destiny of the world. In speaking to Congress, I am literally speaking to the American people. The 77th Congress, as their representatives, fulfilled the obligations and responsibilities of its trust by declaring war on the aggressors. That part of the duty of the people's representatives was discharged in 1941. The task now confronting you is to help win the war and to create and uphold a lasting peace which will justify the sacrifices and sufferings of the victims of aggression. Before enlarging on this subject, I should like to tell you a little about my long and vividly interesting trip to your country from my own land, which has bled and borne unflinchingly the burden of war for more than 5.5 years. I shall not dwell, however, upon the part China has played in our united effort to free mankind from brutality and violence. I shall try to convey to you, however imperfectly, the impressions gained during the trip. First of all, I want to assure you that the American people have every right to be proud of their fighting men in so many parts of the world. I am particularly thinking of those of your boys in the far-flung, out-of-the-way stations and areas where life is attended by dreary drabness. This because their duty is not one of spectacular performance, and they are not buoyed up by the excitement of battle. They are called upon, day after colorless day, to perform routine duties, such as safeguarding defenses and preparing for possible enemy action. It has been said, and I find it true from personal experience, that it is easier to risk one's life on the battlefield than it is to perform customary, humble and humdrum duties, which, however, are just as necessary to winning the war. Some of your troops are stationed in isolated spots, quite out of reach of ordinary communications. Some of your boys have had to fly hundreds of hours over the sea from an improvised airfield in quest, often disappointingly fruitless, of enemy submarines. They and others have to stand the monotony of waiting, just waiting. But, as I told them, true patriotism lies in possessing the morale and physical stamina to perform faithfully and conscientiously the daily tasks, so that in the sum total the weakest link is the strongest. The trivial round, the common task, would furnish all we ought to ask. Your soldiers have shown conclusively that they are able stoically to endure homesickness, the glaring dryness and scorching heat of the tropics, and keep themselves fit and in excellent fighting trim. They are amongst the unsung heroes of this war, and everything possible to lighten their tedium and buoy up their morale should be done. That sacred duty is yours. The American army is better fed than any army in the world. This does not mean, however, that they can live indefinitely on canned food without having the effects tell on them. These, admittedly, are the minor hardships of war, especially when we pause to consider that in many parts of the world starvation prevails. But, peculiarly enough, oftentimes it is not the major problems of existence which irk a man's soul. It is rather the pinpricks, especially those incidental to a life of deadly sameness, with tempers frayed out and nervous systems torn to shreds. The second impression of my trip is that America is not only the cauldron of democracy, but the incubator of democratic principles. At some of the places I visited, I met the crews of your air bases. There I found first-generation Germans, Italians, Frenchmen, Poles, Czechoslovakians, and other nationals. Some of them had accents so thick that if such a thing were possible, one could not cut them with a butter knife. But there they were, all Americans, all devoted to the same ideals, all working for the same cause, and united by the same high purpose. No suspicion or rivalry existed between them. This increased my belief and faith that devotion to common principles eliminates differences in race, and that identity of ideals is the strongest possible solvent of racial dissimilarities. I have reached your country, therefore, with no misgivings, but with my belief that the American people are building and carrying out a true pattern of the nation conceived by your forebears, strengthened and confirmed. You, as representatives of the American people, have before you the glorious opportunity of carrying on the pioneer work of your ancestors beyond the frontiers of physical and geographical limitations. Their brawn and thews braved undauntedly almost unbelievable hardships to open up a new continent. The modern world lauds them for their vigor and intensity of purpose and for their accomplishments. You have today before you the immeasurably greater opportunity to implement these same ideals and to help bring about the liberation of men's spirit in every part of the world. In order to accomplish this purpose, we of the United Nations must now so prosecute the war that victory will be ours decisively and with all good speed. Sun Tzu, the well-known Chinese strategist, said, "In order to win, know thyself and thy enemy." We have also the saying, "It takes little effort to watch the other fellow carry the load." In spite of these teachings from a wise old past, which are shared by every nation, there has been a tendency to belittle the strength of our opponents. When Japan thrust total war on China in 1937, military experts of every nation did not give China even a ghost of a chance. But when Japan failed to bring China cringing to her knees, as she vaunted, the world took solace in this phenomenon by declaring that they had overestimated Japan's military might. Nevertheless, when the greedy flames of war inexorably spread in the Pacific following the perfidious attack on Pearl Harbor, Malaya, and lands in and around the China Sea, and one after another of these places fell, the pendulum swung to the other extreme. Doubts and fears lifted their ugly heads, and the world began to think that the Japanese were Nietzschean Superman, superior in intellect and physical prowess, a belief which the Gobineaus and the Houston Chamberlains and their apt pupils, the Nazi racists, had propounded about the Nordics. Again, now the prevailing opinion seems to consider the defeat of the Japanese as of relative unimportance, and that Hitler is our first concern. This is not borne out by actual facts, nor is it to the interest of the United Nations as a whole to allow Japan to continue not only as a vital potential threat, but as a waiting sword of Damocles, ready. As a waiting sword of Damocles, ready to descend at a moment's notice. Let us not forget that Japan in her occupied areas today has greater resources at her command than Germany. Let us not forget that the longer Japan is left in undisputed possession of these resources, the stronger she must become. Each passing day takes more toll in lives of both Americans and Chinese. Let us not forget that the Japanese are an intransigent people. Let us not forget that during the first 4.5 years of total aggression, China has borne Japan's sadistic fury unaided and alone. The victories won by the United States Navy at Midway and the Coral Sea are doubtless steps in the right direction. They are merely steps in the right direction. For the magnificent fight that was waged at Guadalcanal during the past 6 months attests to the fact that the defeat of the forces of evil, though long and arduous, will finally come to pass. For have we not, on the side of righteousness and justice, staunch allies in Great Britain, Russia, and other brave and indomitable peoples? Meanwhile, the peril of the Japanese juggernaut remains. Japanese military might must be decimated as a fighting force before its threat to civilization is removed. When the 77th Congress declared war against Japan, Germany, and Italy, Congress, for the moment, had done its work. It now remains for you, the present representatives of the American people, to point the way to win the war, to help construct a world in which all peoples may henceforth live in harmony and peace. May I not hope that it is the resolve of Congress to devote itself to the creation of a post-war world, to dedicate itself to the preparation for the brighter future that a stricken world so eagerly awaits. We of this generation who are privileged to help make a better world for ourselves and for posterity should remember that while we must not be visionary, we must have vision, so that peace should not be punitive in spirit and should not be provincial or nationalistic or even continental in concept, but universal in scope and humanitarian in action. For modern science has so annihilated distance that what affects one people must of necessity affect all other peoples. The term hands and feet is often used in China to signify the relationship between brothers. Since international interdependence is now so universally recognized, can we not also say that all nations should become members of one corporate body? The 160 years of traditional friendship between our two great peoples, China and America, which has never been marred by misunderstanding, is unsurpassed in the annals of the world. I can also assure you that China is eager and ready to cooperate with you and other peoples to lay a true and lasting foundation for a sane and progressive world society which would make it impossible for any arrogant or predatory neighbor to plunge future generations into another orgy of blood. In the past, China has not computed the cost to her manpower in her fight against aggression, although she well realized that manpower is the real wealth of a nation, and it takes generations to grow it. She has been soberly conscious of her responsibilities and has not concerned herself with privileges and gains which she might have obtained through compromise of principles. Nor will she demean herself and all she holds dear to the practice of the marketplace. We in China, like you, want a better world, not for ourselves alone, but for all mankind, and we must have it. It is not enough, however, to proclaim our ideals or even to be convinced that we have them. In order to preserve, uphold, and maintain them, there are times when we should throw all we cherish into our effort to fulfill these ideals, even at the risk of failure. The teachings drawn from our late leader, Dr. Sun Yat-sen, have given our people the fortitude to carry on. From 5.5 years of experience, we in China are convinced that it is a better part of wisdom not to accept failure ignominiously, but to risk it gloriously. We shall have faith, that at the writing of peace, America and our other gallant allies will not be obtunded by the mirage of contingent reasons of expediency. Man's mettle is tested both in adversity and in success. Twice is this true of the soul of a nation.
On the Manhattan merry-go-round, we're touring, alluring, on New York town. Broadway or Harlem, the music will show. The orchestra you rest at the radio. We're serving music, songs, and laughter. A happy heart will follow after. And we'd like to have you all with us on the Manhattan merry-go-round.
Here's the Manhattan merry-go-round that brings you the bright side of life, that whirls you in music to all the big night spots of New York town, to hear the top songs of the week sung so clearly you can understand every word and sing them yourself. Starring Thomas L. Thomas, beloved singer of stage and radio, Marion McManus, Barry Roberts, Glenn Cross, Dick O'Connor and Dennis Ryan, the boys and girls of Manhattan, and Victor Arden and his spectacular Broadway stage band. It's another great holiday weekend in the greatest city in the world, New York. Crowds from out of town pour into the city, and hundreds of shows are lined up to entertainment. So let's whirl to some of those shows and music on the Manhattan merry-go-round, making our first stop in make-believe at the Ziegfeld Theater, where the smash musical Brigadoon is playing. And here's Glenn Cross in the Act One hit, I'll Go Home with Bonnie Jean.
I used to be a roving lad, a roving and wandering life. I had on any lass I'd frown, who would try to tie me down. But then one day I saw a maid who held out her hand and I stayed and stayed. Now I'm across the green, I'll go home with Bonnie Jean. Go home, go home, go home with Bonnie Jean.
Go home, go home.
I'll go home with Bonnie Jean.
I used to have 100 friends, but when you are wedded to friendship ends, they never come to call. So farewell to one and all. Farewell to all the lads I knew. I'll see them again when they're married too. But soon across the green, I'll go home with Bonnie Jean.
Go home, go home, go home with Bonnie Jean.
Go home, I'll go home with Bonnie Jean. But now I'll not see her again, especially not in the Glen at 10. Now across the green I'll go home with Bonnie Jean. Go home, go home, go home with Bonnie Jean.
Go home, go home.
I'll go home with Bonnie Jean.
All sorts of adjectives are used to describe one New York night spot, the El Morocco. It's called glamorous, lush, fabulous, smart, sophisticated. But whatever we call it, we know it's that famous place to which celebrities go, to which most of us want to go, and where top entertainers sing against that background of well-known El Morocco zebra stripes. Dream you're there now, The time has come for lovely Marion McManus and Dick O'Connor to step into the spotlight to sing one of the love song successes of the hour. Bless You for Being an Angel.
When it seemed that heaven was not for me.
Bless you for building a new dream.
Just when my old dream crumbled so helplessly, in that vine-covered chapel on the hill,
your face was a hymn that lingers still. So bless you, my darling, my angel.
Heaven is mine, and life is divine with you. In that vine-covered chapel on the hill,
Your face was a hymn that lingers still. So bless you, my darling, my angel.
heaven is mine, and life is divine with you.
Now the place is New York's sparkling Versailles. The stars on stage, the boys and girls of Manhattan. And we go in music to hear them sing Zippity-Doo-Dah.
Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. Plenty of sunshine heading my way. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Mr. Bluebird on my shoulder. It's the truth, it's that show. Everything is satisfaction. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Wonderful feeling, wonderful day.
Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Plenty of sunshine heading my way.
My, oh my, what a wonderful day.
Plenty of sunshine heading my way.
Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Mr. Bluebird on my shoulder.
It's the truth, it's that show. Everything is satisfaction. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Wonderful feeling, wonderful day.
feeling, wonderful day.
Zippity-doo-dah.
Zippity-doo-dah.
It's my lucky day.
On 53rd Street, just off Fifth Avenue in Manhattan, is the Stork Club, the spot that means New York nightlife to all the world. You know the gold stork etched on the black windows you enter. You know the green and black interior photographed endless times. So it's in this setting that we ask you to picture yourself now as Thomas L. Thomas, beloved star of stage and radio, sings another of the greatest love song successes of the hour. Either it's love or it isn't.
It's love or it isn't. There's no compromise. Either it's real or it isn't. There's no otherwise. Don't want your arms, don't want your lips, if your heart isn't mine to the core. Take them away. Come back the day you've learned what a heart is for. Either you're true or you're not. There's no in between. If you've been lied to by someone, you know what I mean. It took much too many romances to teach this fool to be wise. Either it's love or it isn't. There's no took much too many romances to teach this fool to be wise. Either it's love or it isn't. There's no
We shift the scene now, shift it to the Penthouse Club high over Central Park, looking out at the dazzling wonders of New York at night. Dream you're hearing music and make believe. The girls of Manhattan are the stars, and they sing that top hit song from the motion picture, The Time, the Place, and the Girl. A Rainy Night in Rio.
What do they do on a rainy night in Rio? What do they do when there is no starry sky? Where do they go when they can't go for a walk? Well, they stay home and talk and sit around and sigh. Where do they woo on a rainy night in Rio? Where does the gay senorita Stacy see? Maybe the gal wants a tender kiss, and yes, how tender can you get when you're beneath a wet palm tree? But what do they do in Mississippi when skies are drippy? And what do they do when it's murky in Albuquerque? And what do they do in Tijuana when they want to snuggle tight? Well, that's what they do in Rio on a rainy night. What do they do in Mississippi when skies are drippy? What do they do when it's murky in Albuquerque? What do they do in Tijuana when they want to snuggle tight? You're right. That's what they do in Rio on a rainy night.
The Manhattan merry-go-round continues its whirl of the top shows in New York. And if you'll make believe you're with me at the famous Stork Club, we think you'll have a first-rate time. For here's Barry Roberts about to sing that favorite of favorites, Managua, Nicaragua.
Kindly open your geography. Let us turn to page 123. Between the Caribbean and the Pacific shore, you'll find a city of amor. Managua, Nicaragua is a beautiful town. You buy a hacienda for a few pesos down. You give it to the lady you were trying to win, but her papa doesn't let you come in. Managua, Nicaragua is a heavenly place. You ask a senorita for a little embrace. She answers you, caramba, scramba, bomberito. In Managua, Nicaragua, that's no. I have been to many tropic ports. I might include even Brooklyn. If you're ever feeling out of sorts, I'd like to recommend a look in Managua, Nicaragua. What a wonderful spot. There's coffee and bananas and a temperature hot. So take a trip and on a ship go sailing away across the agua to Managua, Nicaragua, ole.
Managua, Nicaragua is the town you'll adore. A kiss from senorita has you pleading for more. Before you take a second one, you gotta propose.
On her papa leads you up at the nose.
Managua, Nicaragua, what a wonderful spot. There's coffee and bananas and the temperature hot. So take a trip and on a ship go sailing away across the agua to Managua, Nicaragua, ole.
Managua, Nicaragua, Managua, Nicaragua,
Managua, Nicaragua, cross the agua to Managua, Nicaragua, ole.
Now it's time to go in music to the Diamond Horseshoe, the much talked about and enormous nightclub of nightclubs, where master showman Billy Rose weaves his magic. Its famous swept the country. Of course, you all know it. And now, in its dazzling setting, here are lovely Marion McManus and Dennis Ryan to sing the anniversary song.
On the night we were wed, we vowed our true love, though a word wasn't said. The world was in bloom, there were stars in the sky, except for the few that were there in your eyes. To fade into blossoming dawn. The sun shone anew, but the dance lingered on. Could we but relive that sweet moment sublime, we'd find that our love is unaltered by time.
Next stop in music, El Chico. And if you were there tonight, here's the big hit you'd hear. The Girls of Manhattan singing, If This Isn't Love.
If this isn't love, the whole world is crazy. If this isn't love, I'm deaf as a daisy. With moons all around and clouds jumping over, there's something amiss, and I'll eat my hand if this isn't love. I'm feeling like the apple on top of William Tell. With this again I trample because you're so adorable. If this isn't love, then winter and summer. If this isn't love, my heart needs a plumber.
6th Street Theater, just off Broadway, is the home of another of Manhattan's sensational musical shows of this season. It's called Finian's Rainbow, as you all know. And if you'll picture yourself in a choice seat in the second row center, we'll give you Thomas L. Thomas, star of stage and radio, singing the song from that show that millions know and love. How Are Things in Glockamora?
How are things in Glockamora? Is that little brook still leaping there? Does it still run down to Donegal, through Killybegs, Kilcarry and Kildare? How are things in Glockamora? Is that willow tree still weeping there? Does that lassie with a twinkling eye come smiling by? And does she walk away, sad and dreamy there, not to see me there? So I ask each weeping willow and each brook along the way, and each lass that comes a-sighing, how are things in Glockamora this fine day?
How are things in Glockamora? Is that little brook still weeping there?
Does it still run down to Donegal, through Killybegs, Kilcarry and Kildare?
How are things in Glockamora? Is that willow tree still weeping there? Does that lassie with a twinkling eye come smiling by? And does she walk away, sad and dreamy there, not to see me there? So I ask each weeping willow and each brook along the way, and each lass that comes a-sighing, how are things in Glockamora this fine day?
Touring, alluring, a New York town. Broadway or Harlem, a musical show. Be our guest as you rest at your radio. We're serving music, songs, and laughter. A happy heart will follow after. And we'd like to have you all with us on the Manhattan merry-go-round.
Manhattan Merry-Go-Round was a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
La 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 la
Arkan, down in Arkan, down in Arkansas.
Our little towns ain't on the map, but they raise boys who sure can scrap. If you don't think so, ask a Jap.
Down in Arkansas.
Lifebuoy presents The Bob Burns Show, bringing you latest news of those kinfolk in Van Buren, more doings of the Arkansas Traveler, Spike Jones and his city slickers, and Bob's special guests, George Burns and Gracie Allen. Now, here he is himself, Bob Burns.
Well, thank you, folks. Thank you. You know, before I start talking here, I just thought maybe you might be interested in a little interesting sidelight that I heard on the shortwave just before I come down here. Now, it seems that some of these Russian soldiers got ahead of the rest of their company, and so they went across the line and they surprised a bunch of German officers that were in a little building. And when these Russian soldiers came crashing into this building, all these German officers, they jumped up and they saw these Russian soldiers with their guns drawn, and all these German officers jumped up and held their hands over their heads, and one of the Germans says, what are you doing here? And one of the Russian soldiers says, well, we come here to talk for Joe. Well, now, you know, if them Russian boys will just keep on for a while longer, pretty soon it seems like most of us are going to be over there helping them. You know, it's surprising, and I'm awful proud of it, but almost every one of the men folks in my family are in the Army now. That's it, all except Uncle Slug. That's my drinking uncle. That ain't what kept him out. He ain't in there because he was classified as 4M. That means that he's married 4 times. At his draft board, they just figure that anybody that's been married 4 times ain't got no fight left in him. So Aunt Puny, that's his wife, she just keeps him around the house to kind of run errands for her. And of course, she's making all the money now. Aunt Puny's doing awful well. She works in a laundry. And you'll be surprised. You know, in just a short time, Aunt Puny has worked herself up to the 2nd tub. And the other day, she gave Uncle Slug some money. I want to tell you that rationing business has kind of caught them off guard down there, and they didn't have no food in the house. And so Aunt Puny gave Uncle Slug some money and told him to go to town and get some food. And Uncle Slug says, well, what in the world am I going to buy? He says, don't you know that the best things in life are freeze? And so anyhow, she shooed him out with the money, and you know, 3 days went by, and Uncle Slug didn't show up. She didn't know where in the world he could be. And they were just about to starve to death. They didn't have a bit of food in the house. But on the 4th morning, here the children all came running up to the house, and they told Aunt Puny, that's their Ma, they says, Ma, we just found Pa, and he's been drinking again. And Aunt Puny says, well, how do you know he's been drinking? And so the children says, well, he's passed out, and says he's laying down here by the creek, and he's got one head on the bank, and the rest of him is laying in the water. And they said he must have been laying there all night because his boots are full of catfish. And Aunt Puny says, well, children, you go down there and pull your paw out and get the catfish out of his boots and set him again. Well, sir, you know, I saw something in the paper this morning about Spike Jones, the city slickers. It kind of let me in on something about him and his bunch that I never knew before. Now, this paper calls Spike Jones and his city slickers the band that plays for fun. Well, now, Spike, I didn't know you boys played for fun. I thought all the time this was just a money-making scheme with you boys. But anyhow, go ahead and have your fun, Spike. Play that number, Sheik of Araby, will you? Go ahead.
of Araby. Your love belongs to me. At night when you're asleep, into your tent I'll creep, and the stars that shine above will light our way to love. You'll rule this land with me, the Sheik of Araby.
Oh, I'm the Sheik of Araby, and all the women worship me. You should see them follow me around. Not bad. Even wives of all the other sheiks, they beg to kiss my rosy cheeks and that in bed. In fact, it's good I found. I'm a cat. Then I'm laying down to sleep. I'm counting girls instead of sheep. From my harem, I can't scare them out. Why should I? They're beauties of all races, and some have pretty faces. I'm the Sheik who knows what love is all about.
That was Spike Jones and his City Slickers playing the Sheik of Araby. And now, Bob, if you don't mind, I'd like to add my little contribution to the evening's entertainment.
Well, I don't mind, Dick, but it seems like my Uncle Slug does.
Really?
Well, last week when you started to tell one of your favorite famous stories, he was right in the middle of taking a little something or other to ward off snake bite. And he said you talked so fast he sort of caught the spirit of the thing, and before he knowed it, he'd emptied the whole jug.
Well, Bob, I'll try to go a little slower tonight. This is the story of Endricles and the Lion. It seems once upon a time there was a guy who married the king's daughter, but the king got married to get out of town, so he went. So talking about
Here we
a
go
nice
again.
light boy shower, and away he went. He was walking around the woods and got night. He came to go to sleep, and there was a lion there, and the lion crying. I felt the matter. And the lion said, "Go farm off." I said, "Oh, it's nothing. I'll fix it." Slept that next morning for the lion. And the lion said, "Goodbye, see you tomorrow." Started walking around. The five guys started with their spears, and he hollered, "Halt!" He stopped the fellow, stopped and said, "Hey, you come on back and tell the king wants to see you like that." The bit of his daughter said, "Sure, fellow." He took him down to the end of it. The next morning, the grand started waving flags and all, except the fellow didn't put it on our face. The lion came out, poke him like that, and put it on our face. The lion said, "Oh, kid!" And my God, it was a lion that got put a thorn over. As soon as he got his started screaming, the king said, "Ah, you can marry my daughter." And so he didn't. He took a nice light boy show and went to the wedding the next morning, and that's the end of my story. You see?
Well, I thought the end had never come, man. Dick, I don't know what else happened to the hero of your fairy story, but I do know he took 3 complete lifebuoy baths inside of 15 seconds. Now, what I'd like to know is, did he dry himself off between times?
Well, no, Bob, you got the story all wrong. The truth is this fellow enjoyed taking his lifebuoy bath so much he had a stall shower built in his office. Every time his business worries got him down, he'd just drown his troubles in a nice, brisk, refreshing lifebuoy shower. It worked wonders.
Yes, I've often thought of putting a shower in my office, but I ain't got no office.
Well, of course, not everybody can afford such a luxury as that, but they certainly can afford the luxury of a lifebuoy bath at night, right after work, before dinner. It peps you up like nobody's business, makes you feel wide awake to enjoy a real lively evening.
Yeah, but how about getting you clean?
Clean, why, Bob, that rich, creamy lifebuoy lather does such a job it even gets after grimy factory dirt, ground-in dirt from machines.
Say, I bet Lifebuoy's popular with war workers, ain't it?
You bet, and Bob, I'll let you in on a little secret. Lifebuoy's the most popular bath soap with the armed forces.
Oh, Dick, that ain't no secret. That's a fact.
And now, down at the newspaper office, our old friend, the Arkansas Traveler, is trying to write an editorial for his paper. I say that he's trying to write it because it seems that they're tearing down a building right next door, and every so often... There, you hear that? That's what I mean. Well, let's drop in on the Traveler and see how he's making out with his editorial.
Well, now let's see what I got here. As we write these lines, we can hear the sound of...
Traveler!
Doggone it, Dewey, I'm trying to get something written here.
Oh, excuse me.
Well, listen, Dewey, as long as you're here. How's this? As we write these lines, we can hear the sounds of destruction as the workmen tear down the ancient walls of the building next door to our office.
Very good. Very good.
Well, thank you. The only trouble is that's all I got so far. Every time I get an idea and start to write, they let go of the landslide of brick next door.
Well, it's all quiet now.
Yeah, well, now, let's see. I might go on like this. We regret the passing of the old landmark, which used to be our town post. I told you so. Every time I try to write...
It'll stop in a minute!
What's that?
I say it'll stop any minute! It did.
Yeah, well, now, let's get another line written while it's quiet. We regret the passing of... Doggone it, if it ain't one thing, it's another. Come in.
Excuse me, sir, but I was told you were the editor.
Well, I won't be the editor long if I don't get this editorial finished.
Well, I'm sure that I have something that'll interest you tremendously. I represent the Amalgamated Syndicate of North America, and we've just added a new feature which your paper can't possibly do without.
Well, I don't...
This is the very latest thing in columns, and I'm sure it'll be as popular as Eleanor Roosevelt's column, My Day. It's being written especially for all those hundreds of thousands of workers who are now employed on the swing shift.
What's the name of it?
My Night.
Well, now, if you'll just take this door to the left and walk down the long corridor, then turn right, go through a hallway, then through the door, you'll be taken care of.
Where will I find myself?
In the street. Now, let's get back to my editorial, Dewey. Where was it? Oh, yeah. We regret the passing of the old landmark. Well, it's no use, Dewey. If I can't do my work, I can at least have more fun than I'm having now. You hold down the desk, Dewey. I think I'll go out and join the rest of the town and watch them tear down that building. Those wreckers sure know their business.
Hello, Charlie. How do?
Who's that? I can't hardly see who you are with the plaster dust in the air.
Harvey Thomas, the postman.
Oh, well, how are you, Harvey? Taking a last look at the old post office building, are you?
Yep. I worked here, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. I was a young man then. Just had my first appointment as a letter carrier. My. All those letters I sorted here and carried to the people who waited for them. Good news and bad news. Yep. But, you know, it's when there's no news at all that it's hard on folks.
Well, if people don't write, you can't help that.
Oh, but sometimes they do write and letters go astray. Oh, not very often, mind you, but sometimes.
Say, look here, Harvey. Seems to me like you got something on your mind.
Well, yes. You see, I was inside the old building just now, and, well, I found something. And look here.
Well, I declare. It's an old newspaper all wrapped up for mailing.
I found it in a wall in there where they bricked up some windows years ago. Now, this mail must have slipped from a sorting table and laid in the wall all this time.
Well, and using this paper wouldn't do the subscriber much good now. Mind if I open the wrapping, Harvey?
Well, it's badly torn. The address, he's dead long ago.
Well, look at this headline. German Kaiser warns USA and all U.S. ships bound for England will be sunk without trace. Why, Harvey, this paper was printed way back in 1917.
Yep, just before we declared war.
I see you have a couple of letters there, too.
Well, one's a bill. Somehow I don't mind that not being delivered all these years.
Who's the other address to, Harvey?
Mrs. Thomas Simpson, 18 Shadow Drive. But she doesn't live on Shadow Drive now. No. Oh, that was a fine street in its day. It's all rooming houses now.
Mrs. Thomas Simpson.
Yeah.
Seems to me like I've heard that name. Where does she live now, Harvey?
No, poor woman. She lives in a little two-room shack out on the Perry Point Road. Poor as a church mouse, you know. Yeah, but proud. My. Won't even let her old friends help her. Not even Judge Mercer.
Judge Mercer?
Yeah.
Why, that's who I heard mention her name.
Old romance, you know. Her and Judge Mercer. But she won't take help from him or no one.
You know, Harvey, I can't help wondering what it'd be in a letter that's been hidden undelivered all these years. My nose for news somehow tells me we're going to have a mighty good human interest story for today's edition.
You think so?
Yes, sir. Now, I think I'll go get it. I'll tell you what, Harvey. You deliver Miss Simpson's letter, and I'll get Judge Mercer to deliver me. awfully nice of you to drive me out here, Judge. Of course, I ought to be writing an editorial, but maybe I'll get what they call inspiration on this trip.
Oh, I never fail to derive inspiration from a visit to Mrs. Simpson.
Come out to visit her often?
Yes, I'm rather a frequent visitor. You see, Martha, Mrs. Simpson, that is. Martha and I have been, well, rather fond of one another ever since our school days. Yes, it was 40 years ago that I first noticed that Martha was the most remarkable girl I'd ever seen.
And you've been seeing each other ever since?
Yes.
That's what I call keeping steady company.
Oh, yes, there's one interruption in our visits. That was, of course, the episode of Tom Simpson.
Episode?
It was hardly more than that. Simpson came to town and immediately began a whirlwind courtship that ended in marriage. In less than a year, he had deserted her.
Deserted her?
That's what it amounts to. Simpson made a trip to New York, a business trip, he called it. He never came back. Oh, I can't tell you what it's been like for a traveler, not knowing whether the man she married is alive or dead.
Well, didn't she ever get any trace of him at all?
No. His last letter hinted that he was leaving New York on a mysterious errand that was to make his fortune. After that, nothing.
Simpson leave any money behind him?
Only enough for a short time. Oh, Martha needs help badly, but she's too proud to accept it.
Well, after a man's been missing over 7 years, he can be declared legally dead.
I know.
And when a woman's a widow, she could marry again. Marry a man who'd always loved her and would like to take care of her. But I suppose you've thought of all that, Judge.
Oh, yes, I've thought of it constantly. And I've spoken to Martha about it. Oh, I could make her happy, Traveler. I know I could. I'd take her out of poverty and unhappiness and spend my life looking after her.
Well, then, what's keeping you two apart?
Martha doesn't believe that Tom Simpson is dead. She's haunted by the idea that someday he'll come back, as suddenly as he went away.
And she'd take him back as her husband?
Oh, no, that's all over. But she won't marry anyone else. She's the kind of woman who means every word she says. And when she said, until death do us part, she meant that.
I see. So it wouldn't be enough for her to declare him legally dead?
No. I have no doubt myself that he died somewhere long ago.
Well, just how long ago did he disappear, Judge?
Over 25 years ago, in 1917.
1917?
Yes. Why, Traveler?
Well, it reminds me of something that happened today. Look, Judge, now, suppose Martha did hear from her husband after all these years. Suppose she had a letter from him today. How would you feel about that?
Why, I don't know. Of course, it would be something to be sure that he was alive, but...
The letter might not prove that he was alive because, you see, the letter might have been written 25 years ago and just delivered today.
Fantastic.
Is it? Well, is that house over there where Martha lives?
Yes, and that's Martha in the doorway.
I see her, Judge, and I see she's holding something in her hand. Something that looks to me like a letter. Well, Sir Harvey, I just wish you could have seen those two reading that letter together. When they came to the part about Tom Simpson knowing that their marriage was a mistake, the judge just held Martha's hand tight. She didn't mind a bit.
And Tom's letter told Martha he was going to try his luck in Europe.
That's right. He was starting a new life under a different name. His letter was written aboard a ship and dropped off just before she sailed. You know, it gave me an idea for an editorial I was writing. Read this.
As we write this, the old post office next door is being torn down. We will miss the old landmark, but its falling walls today gave up a secret they had held for 25 years. In those walls was found a letter that brought us belated news of the death of Tom Simpson, a former citizen of this town. The news will be followed, we predict, by the announcement of great happiness for two of our well-beloved friends. It seems to us there is a lesson here. The old post office passes in order to make room for a fine new structure, and in the same way, even men may pass and make room in the world for tomorrow.
You see, Harvey, now that they know Martha Simpson's free, she'll be marrying the man who loves her.
But how do they know Tom Simpson ain't alive?
On account of the ship he took to Europe, Harvey. The ship he wrote the last letter from. You see, he sailed on the Lusitania.
Bob will be back in just a minute, but now let's have another little number from Spike Jones and his City Slickers.
Did you hear about that mountain girl named Gertie? She was pretty, but the boys never took her on a date. What a fate!
Hey, Zeke, if Gertie was so pretty, why'd the fellas always leave her setting? I get it.
You don't have to have B.O., for with Lifebuoy it will go, and the scent surely vanishes away.
Yes, Spike, the new Lifebuoy scent certainly does vanish away quick. That's why I'm so surprised that your friend, the mountain gal named Gertie, hasn't switched to the new Lifebuoy yet. Why, women everywhere are switching to Lifebuoy now, not only because a daily bath with Lifebuoy stops B.O., but there's no perfumey after scent. After a Lifebuoy bath, you feel fresh and clean all over. The B.O.'s gone and the soapy scent doesn't linger on. Now, lots of us don't stop to realize that we can be guilty of B.O., so it's really foolish to take chances. Right, Spike?
You don't have to have B.O., for with Lifebuoy it will go, and the scent surely vanishes away. The Lifebuoy way.
Again, Bob Burns.
You know, a funny thing's been happening to me lately. People stop me on the street and they say, is your name Burns? When I say yes, they just look at me kind of pityingly and they say, no wonder you got all them wrinkles. Being married to Gracie Allen to do that to any man. Well, now, of course, I know they had me mixed up with George Burns, but I thought it'd be interesting to see just what he does have to go through with. So here they are, George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Hello, Bob.
Hello, George. Hello, Gracie.
Hello. My, you're pretty.
Pretty.
She ain't as crazy as I thought she was.
Oh, and you're so big and handsome, so tall and strong.
I am?
Yes. Are you sure you're a Burns?
Gracie, you know Bob Burns. We've known him for years. We all used to be in vaudeville together.
Yeah, Gracie, don't you remember that awkward country boy named Burns who used to get up and tell those corny jokes?
Oh, of course I remember him. I married him.
Oh, no, you've got George and me confused. It's true we both told jokes, but, you know, the difference was George laid them in the aisles and, well, I laid them up on the stage. Maybe it's calling me Bob that's got you confused. In vaudeville, I used the name of Robin.
Oh, Robin Burns.
Yeah, now you remember me?
No. But Robin is such a pretty name, Robin. I wish George was named after a bird.
Oh, fine.
Wouldn't that be romantic? Mr. and Mrs. Pigeon Burns.
Well, I've got the toes for it.
You know, Gracie, I thought sure you'd remember me as Robin because of the famous vaudeville act I did that gave me that name. You remember, George, I used to paint my chest red and stick some feathers in my hair, and when the curtain parted there, I'd be in the middle of the stage sitting in a tree as little Robin Redbreast. And I used to sing, springtime, sweet springtime, we greet thee with song.
Oh, sure, I remember. And everyone called you Robin.
Everyone but the audience, they made up their own names.
I wish they'd called George Robin. In fact, I think vaudeville was very unfair.
Why?
Well, George got the birds, but you got the name.
Well, now I've got a confession to make, Gracie. It's my own fault that you don't remember me too well, I guess, but because ever since you and George have been married, I've kind of avoided you.
What for?
Oh, lover's wounded pride, I guess.
What are you talking about?
George, you may not have known this, but back when we all used to work together in vaudeville before you married her, I had a crush on Gracie myself.
Oh, really, Bob? Well, why didn't you tell me?
Well,
I'm just bashful, I guess. I'm awful bashful. Why, you know, to this day, I don't know what I weigh stripped.
So, Bob, you were my rival for Gracie, and I didn't even know it.
Yeah, I worshipped her from afar. You see, you was a big-time act next to closing, and, well, I followed the bubble dancer.
So did George.
I did not. Well, I guess we did have a pretty good act, Gracie. We certainly packed the houses.
Yeah. I wish we could have packed the theater.
Yes.
I remember you now, Bob. You used to stand in the wings while George and I were doing our act. You'd make sheep's eyes at me.
That was me. Too awkward and bashful to speak what was in my heart. Oh, if I could have just been suave and sophisticated like I am now.
Oh, brother.
Bob, to tell you the truth, I thought you were very cute.
Well, Gracie, I can ask you this, now that the years have kind of eased the pain in my heart. Why did you have to go and marry George?
Well, I loved him. Also, he was the only one who asked me.
Oh, fine. Gracie, you sound like you wished you'd married Bob Burns instead of me.
Oh, George, that's not true. I'm proud that I married you.
Really?
Well, yes. It showed that I had a mind of my own. I wasn't swayed by public opinion.
Well, thanks, kid.
Say, I bet I know what attracted you to George. It was the fancy clothes he used to wear. You sure were a dude, George.
Yeah, I was a pretty snappy dresser in vaudeville. Remember that loud striped suit I wore with the peg-top pants?
Yeah.
It was always too tight for me.
Yeah.
It certainly fits you well now, dear.
Yes. You see, I didn't have any fancy clothes when I started. I left home with just one pair of pants.
One pair of pants?
Yeah, but after a few years on the stage, I come back home. I said to Mama, Mama, I sure come through, didn't I? Mama said, yes, son, bend over, I'll mend them.
Yeah, those were the days. Remember those broken-down theaters we used to play, how small they were?
Well, I remember one theater so small the audience didn't throw tomatoes. They just leaned forward and pushed them in her face.
Oh, poor George. Was his face red?
You know, what we should have done was combine our acts and made it Burns, Allen, and Burns.
Of course, but our acts were nothing alike, Bob. I remember you used to work with the seal. Mm-hmm. The seal would juggle, play a tune on the pipes, dance, and get $1 million laughs. All you did was storm the face. Seal did all the work, and you got all the money.
Yeah, that poor seal.
Yeah, I know just how he felt.
Well, we'd better get along, Gracie. So long, Bob, and we certainly enjoyed our visit.
Oh, goodbye, Robin. I hope Vaudeville comes back, and then maybe we'll meet all over again.
Yeah.
And who knows? Maybe the next time I'll end up with Mrs. Burns instead of Mrs. Burns.
Well, good night. Well, good night, folks. Good night. I'll see you on your show Tuesday.
The makers of Lifebuoy will again bring you Bob Burns next week at this same time with more about his relatives, more doings of the Arkansas Traveler, and Spike Jones and his City Slickers. Remember, Lifebuoy is the only soap especially made to stop
Experts say that even before the war, 3 out of 4 Americans didn't get enough vitamins. Now, with food shortages, you're even more likely to be vitamin deficient. Get extra vitamins, but remember to follow these 2 simple rules. Rule 1, get all the vitamins government experts say are essential. Rule 2, get the balanced formula doctors endorse. Get Vims. Vims supply all the essential vitamins and minerals. Get that Vims feeling. VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Get them all in Vims. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This and greatest Tarzan picture, Tarzan Tri...
I Only Have Eyes for You sort of makes up for the others that have been forgotten. Speaking of songwriting teams, the team of Rodgers and Hart certainly turned out plenty of terrific love songs in their day. Sometimes they were very serious, sometimes very flippant, sometimes even very cynical. But you could always count on one thing. Every last one of those songs was right at home in the musical it was written for. Maybe you remember the job they did in 1938. It was called The Boys from Syracuse, and it was a modern, hoked-up version of Shakespeare's Comedy of Errors. As you might guess, it was a pretty brash affair all the way through. In fact, it was a first-rate farce, and a single, sober love song would have been enough to spoil it, if not kill it. Rodgers and Hart knew this, but they needed a love song, so they whipped up a sprightly thing called This Can't Be Love.
This can't be love because I feel so well. No sobs, no sorrows, no sighs. This can't be love, I get no dizzy spells. My head is not in the skies. My heart does not stand still, just hear it beat. This is too sweet to be love. This can't be love because I feel so well, but still I love to look in your eyes. My heart does not stand still, just hear it beat. This is too sweet to be love. This can't be love because I feel so well, but still I love to look in your eyes.
Ray Cura singing This Can't Be Love, a Rogers and Hart number that did a special job and kept the musical comedy rolling right along. You know, some people have the knack of dreaming up ideas that we all wished we had thought of, and then after a while we begin to feel that maybe we had thought them all along. Of course, from there it's only a short step until the whole thing becomes a sort of tradition. What was originally the brainchild of one man has then become an accepted part of our American folkways. Take, for example, the idea Frank Baum had for creating a fantastic but lovable character called the Wizard of Oz. They finally had to star him in a motion picture. And while making the picture, a whole new and wonderful idea was born that's been so widely accepted that it, too, is becoming a tradition. Shelby Davis will show what I mean by singing Over the Rainbow.
Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I heard of once in a lullaby. Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops way above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find me. Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. If happy little bluebirds fly beyond the rainbow, why, oh, why can't I?
Shelby Davis singing Over the Rainbow. You know, somebody, I forget who, once said that music is the universal language. The one language that everybody understands. The one language that knows no boundaries. And he certainly hit the nail right on the head. Take, for example, the item coming up. An item that can be traced way back to Cuba, where it started with some primitive music in a torrid tempo. From Cuba, it spread to South America, to Argentina, where it resulted in a new dance rhythm. Before too long, this new dance form made its way to our country, and we took to it immediately. And then composer Leroy Anderson added something distinctly American to it, a touch of the American blues, and that was it. If anybody's still in the dark as to the title, it's Blue Tango. Well, that just about wraps it up for today. I hope you enjoyed this session. I'll be back next Sunday to listen to some more of America's music and to talk about it a little. The guys behind the scenes, Ralph Knowles, Bob Becker, and Bob Perrin will be here. So will Joe Galicchio in the orchestra. And Shelby Davis and Ray Cura will sing for you again.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the silver mine! I'm Silver!
In the mountainous part of the Indian Territory north of Texas, 3 men leaned on long-handled shovels and watched the approach of an Indian on a powerful paint horse.
Take a good look, Darcy. Make sure that's the same redskin you thought it was.
That's the one. I tell you, Bates, I know Tonto. Seen him plenty of times.
How about the horse?
That's his horse, too.
Hold on now, Darcy. You say you know the Lone Ranger's friend. You've seen him?
Well, sure, frequent.
Does he know you?
No, of course not. When that masked man's around, I don't turn the limelight on myself.
Darcy, I hope you got a good scheme.
Sure I have. I'm dead sure the Lone Ranger's got some place around here where he gets silver for his bullets and horse's shoes. All we gotta do is make him tell where it is.
Darcy was right in what he'd heard about the redskin riding ahead and coming this way.
I'm always right. I'll start talking to Tonto and then grab him sudden. Drag him off his horse and make the Lone Ranger pay for his life. Just like that.
Engine's coming near. Get ready. Yeah, he ain't riding hard.
Jab the ground with your shovels, boys. Gotta make it look like we're doing some work. Come on.
Good idea. You think the Lone Ranger's come back to this territory with the redskin?
Sure he has.
He's been away a long time.
He'll be back. I tell you, Bates, he's gotta come back. Ain't no other way about it. I'd be willing to stake my life on his coming back to these parts.
I hope you know what you're talking about.
Steady now. Let me talk to the redskin.
Go ahead.
Hi there, Injun.
Oh, Scout, oh, fella, oh, fella.
Call the horse Scout. It's the right one, no mistake about it.
You traveling far?
Oh, maybe plenty long way. Maybe travel 2 year, 5 year.
That's a good one. Say, you wouldn't happen to have a few extra cartridges you could lend 3 prospectors, would you?
Oh, we got 'em in saddlebag. You want 'em?
Yeah. We're plumb out. Use our last cartridges to blow the head off a rattler.
You traveling alone, Injun?
You see anyone with me?
Nope, I reckon we don't.
I guess your cartridges will fit one of our shooting irons. Save us a trip into Southpaw for more. Man don't dast be without some protection in a place like this.
Yeah. You dig for gold?
We heard there was gold ore around here.
Here, cartridge.
Oh, thanks. Hey, let go of my wrist.
You stand still.
Why, you out?
Hands up. You not touch gun.
I'll show you.
Hey! Not just warning. Now you leave gun alone.
Let go of my wrist. You're going to bust it.
Why are you here?
I told you, we're prospectors.
You lie.
Now you see here, you ornery redskin.
Fella who dig got tough hand. You got no blister. Me look at gun.
Hey, Bates, Harv, do something. He's going to unhinge my hand.
You got cartridge and gun. Me throw it over yonder. Me through with you.
Hey!
Me take your gun, too.
Mine ain't got bullets. I just...
Throw it away. And you next.
Now, see here. We didn't mean to lie. We just started prospecting.
And me take gun. And then you not shoot me in back.
Don't toss my gun away. Them rocks will smash it.
That good. Now, steady, Scout, steady. Get him up, Scout.
That muscle-bound redskin. I'll get square.
My hand, look. It's white from how he grabbed my wrist.
You fat-headed fool, Darcy. Why'd you hold it palm up and let him see it? He knew right off you didn't do hard work.
You saw how he held them cartridges. I had to hold my hand out.
Now he's smarting up to us. He'll be on guard. Sure he will. He's gone back to report to the Lone Ranger.
I'll let him. We'll nail both of them next time they come down this trail. You leave it to me.
The Lone Ranger and his 14-year-old nephew, Dan Reed, were in camp busy with an odd task.
I helped shoe horses when I lived with Gran.
You've been a big help here, Dan.
I never used solid silver horseshoes.
They're not really pure silver. They're harder than that.
Golly, they're pretty badly worn.
Yes, I know it. That's one of the reasons we've taken the last 2 days of travel slower than usual. I used the last of our shoes some time ago.
Yeah, I remember.
There. Steady, boy. I guess we'll manage the rest of the trip now.
Are you really going to show me your silver mine?
Why, of course, Dan. Why not?
Hey.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing.
Why shouldn't you see the silver mine?
Well, I don't know. It seems like one of your biggest secrets.
Dan, there'll be no secrets from you.
Well, how am I doing with the writing?
Oh, you're improving. The real test will come soon after we leave the silver mine.
The real test?
Yes, along with the surprise I have for you. Steady, Silver, Sastado.
Oh, but look at him come. He's not wasting any time. Come on, Scout.
Hold it.
Oh, Scout, oh, fella, oh. Oh, fella, oh.
Tonto.
Steady. Tonto has something to say.
3 fellas on trail. Say them prospectors. But that lie.
Who are they, Kimosabe?
Tonto not know. Hands soft and inside. Fellas never work.
This is a country where honest men have to work.
Oh, but fellas tell lie. Got bad eye, too. Maybe make trouble.
How far from here?
At Mountain Gap.
A gap, huh? I see.
What's the matter? Is that bad news?
Dan, the gap is the one place we must go through to reach the Silver King.
The mine?
Yes.
Golly, maybe they'll ambush us there.
How did you leave them, Tonto?
Plenty man. Me take gun. Leave plenty fast. Them fellas not friendly now. You got shoes on Silver Fix?
Dan and I refitted the shoes, but we've got to have new ones. We can't go on to Mustang Mags until we get them.
Oh, that's right. Maybe leave Dan here?
Oh, no, Kimosabe.
Oh, good.
Dan has to stay with us. Those men must have learned that we were heading this way.
Oh, that's right.
Tonto, there's only one place they could have gotten that information. The last town we went through.
Southpaw?
Yes.
You identified yourself to the sheriff. Jim Pendleton, remember?
I'm going to identify myself again. Tonto, stay here with Dan. I'll be back.
You go to Southpaw?
Yes, and I might not be back till sundown. Steady, big fella. Come on, Silver.
Jiminy, this makes me feel like a toad.
What matter, Dan?
Oh, Tonto, you know why he's going to Southpaw. He's going to get the law to help us through the gap. And if it wasn't for me, he wouldn't do that. Take you and the two of you'd rip through there and defy those crooks to try and get you. He just wants to be sure I'm not in danger.
Ranger not ride Silver hard now. Not till him get new shoes.
Then he isn't going to call the law in on my account?
Oh, you not worry about that, Dan.
I'd hate to think I was interfering with you and the Lone Ranger.
You not interfere, Dan. You make Lone Ranger plenty happy.
Say, I noticed today he laughed just a little bit. He doesn't do that very often.
You make Lone Ranger plenty happy. Lone Ranger count on you for big things in future.
I won't let him down. Not if I can help it. And Tonto, while we've got the chance, show me some more about building a shelter. Never had a chance to learn that.
We got afternoon ahead of us. Time to show you. You come. Fetch axe.
Mid-afternoon found Pendleton, the sheriff, dozing in his office chair with flies buzzing in the still hot air of the small room. Then suddenly the silence snapped.
Sheriff Pendleton?
No. Oh, great day at you. You still in town?
I've come back.
Back? Oh, you did leave as you planned, but you come back, is that it? What's wrong? Where are your friends?
Waiting for me. Sheriff, someone in town talked about my trip. 3 men are blocking the trail.
Yeah? Well, they'll send deputies with you.
No, that won't help.
Why not?
The 3 would hide, then follow me.
I don't want to be followed.
Well, maybe we could arrest him.
For what? They haven't done anything.
Yeah, that's so. You got an idea?
Yeah, Sheriff.
Well, speak up then. By Juniper, you can count on me to help in any way I can.
I thought I could.
Hang it all, I don't know why you should trust me. Looks like I'm the one to spill the news about who you were. You didn't tell anyone else but me, did you?
These walls are thin. I might have been overheard.
You just tell me what you want.
You have a deputy named Marsh, a young fellow.
Yeah, that's right, a husky one, too. I told you about him. He's got an eye that I don't like, in spite of the fact he's been a good deputy.
Yet you trust him.
Well, I've got to. Besides, my daughter thinks he's all right. Hang it all, I wish she didn't feel that way about him.
You're about my size, Sheriff. The deputy is nearly as large. Your daughter is just about the same size as my friend Dan.
Yeah, what about it?
If you three would dress in clothes to resemble the three of us and ride through the gap...
Oh, I get it. Then those crooks will stop us thinking we're you.
I'd like to have them think that.
And if they tried to capture us or something, we'd have evidence to jail them.
I doubt if they'll capture you.
They want to know where you're going, is that it?
Yes.
And then if they don't make a play of any sort, they'll just follow us and get led astray.
What do you think of the plan?
It sounds all right to me. Yep, sounds first rate. Don't see nothing wrong with it. While those schemers are following the three of us, you'll be able to go right through the gap.
You better wait some time before you start. It'll be better if you plan to leave around midnight. That'll take you through the gap just before dawn.
Yeah, that's a long time to wait around.
It'll be the best time. I can count on you?
You know doggone well you can count on me. I'll do it.
Can you manage to find the right clothes?
Why, sure. My daughter June will help me get those things fixed just so. Now, I'll take a paint horse like Tondu's and a gray. In the dark, the gray will come close enough to look like yours. My girl's got a small Mustang like the one the kid rides. I'll go right away and get started in the plans.
As the evening advanced, the sheriff's daughter became increasingly enthusiastic about the unusual trip through the mountains.
For the life of me, I can't understand why Marsh doesn't like the idea.
There's no figure in his likes and dislikes. How's the engine outfit working out?
I'll be finished in a few minutes. I just have to hem the jacket. Won't Marsh make a funny-looking redskin? Oh, Pa, why don't you like Marsh?
Well, let's not get into that, June. Where is he?
At home, as far as I know. He told me that as long as he had to be up most of the night last night and all night tonight, he'd nap till it was time to start out.
Well, maybe if he'd do without so much sleep, he'd lose some of his lard.
Pa!
Oh, all right. But I wish you'd think it over real careful before you say you'll marry him.
Well, after all, maybe Marsh is right about this trip. Seems mighty odd to me that the Lone Ranger comes to you for help all of a sudden.
What do you mean?
Maybe he isn't the Lone Ranger.
June, that's just fool talk.
Well, maybe he's planning something. And maybe he's the robber that you've been hoping someday to catch.
No such thing. I can judge men.
It'd be mighty easy for him to rob someone like Jeb Calkins and Hank Gordon with you and the deputy out of town.
That's enough. I know an honest eye when I see one. The masked man had it. What's more, I think Marsh ain't got it. Now finish that sewing. We start out in a little while.
In the darkest hour, a little before the first faint light of dawn, the sheriff, his deputy, and daughter rode along the mountain trail with grumblings from the deputy, keeping pace with the hoofbeats.
The more I think about it, the less I like it. This ain't no trick for a girl like June.
We had that all out before, Marsh. Matter's closed.
Oh, I like riding this way.
If someone is laying in wait, how'd we know they won't shoot us, counting on shooting the Lone Ranger? I think the whole thing's a put-up job to get us out of town.
You may as well save your breath. We're almost to the gap.
Well, just get this, Sheriff. Even if you are my boss, if anything happens to June, I'll not only kill the masked man, but you for getting us into this.
Oh, Marsh, nothing'll happen.
Well, hey, what the...
Hey, I'm roped.
Let me out of this.
This means jail for someone.
There he is. I'll get him.
You won't. This'll hold you.
The masked man. I told you he was a crook, and this proves it.
Gag him, Tonto. I'll take care of the sheriff.
Go ahead. And later I'll take care of you.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. to continue our story. Well, the Lone Ranger found the trail to his secret silver mine blocked by men whom he was sure were crooks. Returning to the last town, the masked man enlisted the aid of the sheriff, his deputy, and his daughter. As these rode toward the gap in the dead of night, they were roped and captured.
Sheriff Pendleton, I brought you and your daughter here for a reason.
Yes, dagnabbit, you brought us here to capture us.
And you'll pay.
You keep quiet.
Why, you
keep...
All right. All right, I'll shut up.
You've had outlaws in Southpaw, and you can't catch them.
I don't need your help for that.
Maybe you'll have help, whether you want it or not. Now, you've got to stay right here with your daughter and deputy.
I'm hanged if I will.
You'll find a comfortable camp. It's the one we used. There's a shelter for the girl.
Plenty good shelter, too. Dan make it.
I don't need special attention.
You'll not be bound tightly, and perhaps you can work the ropes loose. If not, I'm sure you'll be comfortable here until we return.
You wait.
I'll get you if it's the last thing I do.
That would be interesting. Dan, bring up the horses. We're moving on.
At the gap, two men sat in the darkness on watch while one slept. Darcy and Bates heard the beat of hoofs approaching, but chuckled in their satisfaction.
That's a good thing we got that tip-off, Bates. If we hadn't, we'd be waylaying those three and find we had the sheriff himself.
Yeah. Good thing we learned what the scheme was.
No use waking Harv. Leave him sleep.
Sure. Can you see anything in the dark?
I can make out the figures. That's about all. 3 of them.
The sheriff, Marsh, and the girl, huh?
Yeah. And dressed like the 3 we want. Ain't that good? Now we're supposed to follow them and lose the ranger.
Well, there they go. They're off our minds. Now we can grab the next ones that come along the trail.
I told you this would be the place to wait, didn't I?
That's what you did, Darcy. Hey, maybe it'd be a good idea to rouse Harv now. The Lone Ranger will be along soon. Don't you think so?
Oh, all right. Get him up.
Harv, wake up. Get moving. Get awake. The Lone Rangers do.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Lone Ranger.
The sheriff just went past. Now the masked man will figure he's safe and coming through the gap.
That's so. Well, we got things to do. It's getting day, ain't it?
Just starting. No light to see by.
I got a score to settle with that redskin. Just let me have one good chance at him. That's all I want.
Harv, you can hold a gun plumb to his head. And if the Lone Ranger don't tell what we want to know, you can let her rip.
That'll be downright fun.
If that don't start the masked man's tongue moving, we threaten the kid.
It didn't take the sheriff long to get the ropes off his wrists and untie Marsh and June. In a few moments, the 3 were in the saddle, riding after the Lone Ranger.
I'm going with you, and that's all there is to it.
Then stay back of me and Marsh.
Yeah, keep back. There'll be a row when we overtake that crook. And it's my bet he'll circle and then head back to town to rob... Rein up!
Get him covered.
Keep your hands up. Don't move or we drill you.
Watch the kid.
Bates, what are you doing here?
Harv, you doggone fool. Why, it's Marsh.
And the sheriff.
Hey, this ain't the kid. It's June Pendleton.
Let go of my arm.
Now, see here, you...
What are you 3 loafers doing here?
Marsh, this year calls for some accounting. You told us these 3 would go first.
All right, keep your trap shut.
Hold on. How is it you 3 let the Lone Ranger, whoever it was wearing that mask, go through? Why didn't you stop him? How'd you know we were coming?
Sheriff, get your hands up.
Marsh!
You heard me.
Marsh is on our side, Sheriff. You bungled into something, and it's tough luck. We wouldn't hurt you if we didn't have to.
Marsh, you with the...
Might as well have the truth.
June, I mean to be rich. And when a man's got money, it don't matter just how he got it.
Oh, you beast. All this time you've been...
Well, I meant what I said about wanting to marry you.
That'll do, you buzzard. Now it's clear as day. You're the ones to blame for the robberies in town.
You and these 3.
Get ropes on him, boys. Hold until I get back.
Hey, how'd this happen? Why'd the Lone Ranger go first?
He roped us and left us in his camp. Well, why he done that, I don't know. But hurry with those ropes and make them tight enough so the sheriff don't get loose again. I'm following that masked man's trail. And Harv, you'll come with me. We want to know where that silver mine is. And we'll find it and know the reason why.
Right.
Vol.
Quiet. Won't do no good to talk to you.
Come on, Harv.
Right. Get up there.
Get on there.
There. That'll hold you. You got the girl rope, Darcy?
Yep.
I suppose you snakes will shoot us.
That's for the boss to decide.
Well, you'd better. If you don't, it'll be your neck.
We got nothing to say, Pendleton. You're right.
What?
Hey, wait. Stand still. Bates, Darcy, make a move and I'll let you have it.
Where'd you come from?
Turn this way, Sheriff, and I'll cut that rope.
By ginger, that this don't beat all.
There. Take the knife and free your daughter.
Dad, maybe he is the Lone Ranger.
Sheriff, are you satisfied about the part your deputy played?
I am.
Think I cared for that polecat.
There you are, June. Now rub your wrists.
Someone in town had to post these men to stop us. Your deputy was the only one besides yourself who knew where we were heading.
So you let him know we were coming this way, riding in disguise, figuring he'd let the first 3 riders go through safe.
I had to prove the point.
And that's why you had to start out so late. You wanted to give him time to get here, talk to his men, and get back.
We can go over the facts later. There isn't time now.
What'd you do, ride past here and then circle back?
Sheriff, Marsh and Harv are still free. They're trying to follow me.
Who are they following?
Tonto and Dan. They won't notice that there are just 2 instead of 3 riders until it gets a little lighter. And then...
Hey, Marsh. There ain't but 2 of them. Look.
The redskin and the kid. Hey, where's the masked one?
How do I know? Come on, we'll overtake them.
No, wait. Keep back.
For what?
Well, those 2 will lead us somewhere. And the chances are they'll take us right to the Lone Ranger. And we can capture him whenever we want.
Marsh, they're riding up to that shack on the side of the mountain.
Yeah, it looks that way. They took us a nice roundabout route to get here. We could have got here in half the time by coming direct after leaving the gap.
Yeah, they've stopped at the shack. Maybe we better stop here and go the rest of the way on foot.
Yeah. Hold on. Get our guns ready, and then we
can... Look.
Why, that galoot. He's seen us, and he's coming on the run.
Get ready to shoot. Who is he?
How do I know?
Hey, fellas, come on with me. Oh, thank goodness you come. You're needed bad.
Hold on, who are you?
It's the old man that needs you. Nobody'd help us. You're downright brave men to come here.
What are you talking about?
Most men ain't afeard of bullets or things they can see, but when they're getting a thing like the plague...
What's that?
Oh, it's all right. It ain't so awful catching. I've been with the old man for days, and I'm all right.
Just what ails the old man?
Now, don't back out, mister. I got a couple of men there to help, but more needed. Maybe you could carry the old man to town where he'd get the right food.
Get back. Don't touch me.
You ain't backing out, are you?
Let go of me.
Is that why those 2 went to the shack? Just to help the old man?
Oh, they ain't afeard, but they need help. Or Jiminy, we need help there in that shack. A lot of help.
Do you mean to say the Lone Ranger went there because an old man was plagued?
What about the silver mine?
Shucks. Did you ever hear of silver being found around here?
What? Harv, I'm getting away from here. I can fairly feel the germs of the plague jumping on me. Come on. Get up there. Get up.
Reckon I didn't tell a single fib. It's true enough that help is needed by John. Yep, John could use some help in putting 4 new shoes on Silver.
I'll have you finished in no time, Silver. Brand new shoes for the finest horse that ever lived. I'll heist your foot there.
I still laugh at the way those 2 scooted when they thought that there was sickness that was catching.
Stop your laughing, Sam, and get the Lone Ranger's saddlebag filled with the silver shoes.
John, did you make up a supply of extra shoes?
Yep, they're all there together.
Fine.
Extra shoes? For what?
There's another horse, Dan, that's going to wear silver shoes.
Scout?
Oh, Scout not wear 'em. There, other horse.
You'll see in a few days, Dan.
Golly, this is the smithy that's been making silver shoes.
Yeah, for a long time, Dan. A mighty long time. Now, steady, Silver. You know, Dan, I like your style. I reckon you'll do if you listen to what the Lone Ranger says.
You bet I'll listen.
What about Crook?
By this time, the sheriff will have caught Marsh and Harv.
That'd be plenty good.
Now, Dan, look here.
Yes, sir?
Shove that box to one side.
Hardly weighs anything.
There's a trap door in the floor.
Sure enough.
Open it.
All right. But there's a well here. A ladder going down.
It isn't a well. It's the entrance to the mine.
The Lone Ranger's silver mine.
That's it, Dan. When ore is needed for bullets and shoes, John mixes it with other metals to harden it. We take only as much as we need to carry on our work.
What about all that you don't take out?
The natural resource, Dan, belongs to the country. Sometime in the future, there'll be more use for it than there is now.
Oh. You keep it a secret so others won't come here?
Yes, it's a secret, so we can keep up the work we do. You'll learn more about that in the future. Now, close the door.
Yeah. Here, I'll shove the box back.
Well, Silver's ready to go.
Good. Come on, Tonto.
Me ready. Me open door.
Your saddlebags filled.
Thanks. Come on, Dan. Now we're heading for Mustang Meg's.
I'll put the extra shoes in there.
Well, good luck to you, lad, and good riding.
Goodbye, John. We'll be back.
And we'll be waiting.
Steady, big fella. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, boy.
I'm Silver. Hi!
Yes. I wonder what new adventures those three will go through before they wear out that supply of silver shoes and silver bullets.
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
In person, Dinah Shore.
Hello, Truman. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How you fellas?
Yes, in person, Dinah Shore with Gordon Jenkins and his orchestra in her own show. Dinah herself with words and music for everybody, especially for our boys in the service and the girls they left behind them. Brought to you by Bristol Myers Company, with the suggestion that you make Mum your word for charm. That's M-U-M, Mum. For our first number tonight, Dinah Shore sings When Johnny Comes Marching Home.
When Johnny comes marching home again, hooray, hooray. We're gonna declare a happy, happy holiday. The ladies' hearts will be in a whirl to wind up stealing the sergeant's girl. How they'll carry on when Johnny comes marching home. The bugles play, la-ta-hey, I hear those marching feet. I hear the drum, da-da-dum, he's coming down the street. When Johnny comes marching home again, hurrah, hurrah. You're liable to find him riding in the general's car. He'll wear a medal for bravery. He'll wear a smile for the crowd to see. How they'll carry on when Johnny comes marching home. Hip, hip, hooray, happy holiday when Johnny comes marching home.
That was really swell, Dinah.
Well, thank you, Truman.
Now, I want to ask you a few questions.
Okay.
When did you first start singing?
Oh,
Have you
I-
always liked to sing?
Yeah,
What
I-
type of song do you like best? Do you think that after all, if a girl...
Just a minute, Truman. Are you practicing to serve on a rationing board or something?
No, Dinah. I've just finished reading an article on acquiring an education and learned that it's simply a matter of asking questions.
You're sure about that?
Oh, certainly. A quiz kid is just a youngster who started asking questions at a very tender age and retained all the answers.
Well, then how about giving a little information, please?
Sure. Shoot the quiz to me, please.
Well, Miss Dinah Shore of Hollywood, California wants to know, as long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me?
As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? You're driving me crazy, baby, trying to guess. Will you tell me no, or will you tell me yes? You gotta go overboard for someone someday. Believe it or not, it's bound to be. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? As long as you're not in love with anyone else, please, why don't you fall for me? You're driving me crazy, baby, trying to guess. Will you tell me no, or will you tell me yes? You gotta go overboard for someone someday. Believe it or not, it's bound to be. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me?
Here's the foreman in a defense plant talking about women.
Yeah, and when the boss said to me, Joe, next week I'm giving you a nice, smart girl for Bill's job, I said to him, listen, I've been working here 30 years, but if you put a woman in my department, I'm going to quit. And he says to me, cool as can be, you're getting a woman in your department and you ain't going to quit. Well, I got her a month ago. There she is over there. Her name is Mary. I'll tell you, she's as quick and smart and bright as anybody you ever seen. Does a swell job of working that drill press. And comes lunchtime, you should see the bunch of fellows that come visiting me and Mary. Why, by golly, I think we're the most popular people in the place.
Well, now, it looks as though Mary's boss thinks she's pretty wonderful. As though everybody's delighted to have Mary around. It can only be that she's quick and good at her job, as Joe says. It must be, too, that she's attractive, appealing, really dainty. Yes, Mary's just one of thousands of girls doing war work, yet keeping as dainty and feminine as ever, because they depend on that sure way to banish undaintiness, the mum way. That's M-U-M, Mum, the Snow White underarm deodorant cream. The mum way is a sure way. Used after your bath, it protects the freshness your bath gives you. And the mum way is a quick way. It takes only 30 seconds to apply, Mum. Yet you'll have complete confidence in your daintiness for long hours while you're at work or at the movies or dancing. And Mum is safe. It is harmless to your skin and to the fabric of your very best dress. So you can use Mum any time you like, as often as you like. You can use it even after you're dressed. So never be without a jar of Mum. Keep one with you, for example, where you work. Keep one on your dressing table. Then you're prepared at any time to banish undaintiness that famous sure way, the Mum way. Get Mum from your druggist tonight or tomorrow.
Upon a February morn, a tiny baby boy was born. Abraham. When he grew up, this tiny babe, the folks all called him Honest Abe. Abraham. In 1860, he became our 16th president. Now he's in the Hall of Fame, a most respected gent. That is why we celebrate this blessed February day. Abraham. When trouble came down from the shelf, whose heart was bigger than himself. Abraham. That is why we celebrate this blessed February day. Abraham.
Men in service, it's the mail call. This is the time each week when Dinah Shore brings you her memory medley. Songs requested by the girls you left behind.
Well, friends, the songs the girls at home have requested tonight come from 3 different periods of time. The last number in tonight's medley is that ever-popular song that comes from the hit parade of about 80 years ago, Stephen Foster's Old Susanna. The second song is one that never really got started, although it was introduced 2 years ago. But it really looks as though it's going places now since Ethel Waters sang it in Cabin in the Sky, Taking a Chance on Love. And the medley begins with a song that proves that even movie heroes and heroines have memory songs. You remember how they reacted in Casablanca every time they heard As Time Goes By? You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh. The fundamental things apply as time goes by. And when two lovers woo, they still say I love you. On that you can rely. No matter what the future brings, as time goes by. Moonlight and love songs never out of date. Hearts full of passion, jealousy and hate. Woman needs man and man must have his mate. That no one can deny. It's still the same old story, a fight for love and glory, a case of do or die. The world will always welcome lovers as time goes by. I hear those trumpets blow again, all aglow again, taking a chance on love. Here I slide again, about to take that ride again, oh, starry-eyed again, taking a chance on love.
I thought the cards were a frame-up I never would try. But now I'm taking the game up, and the ace of hearts is high. Things are mending now. I see a rainbow blending now. We'll have our happy ending now, taking a chance on love. I came from Alabama with my banjo on my knee. I'm a-gwine to Louisiana, my true love for to see. Well, it rained all day the night I left. The weather, it was dry. The sun so hot I froze to death. Susanna, don't you cry. Oh, Susanna, oh, don't you cry for me. 'Cause I come from Alabama with my banjo on my knee. Well, I had a dream the other night when everything was still. I thought I saw Susanna come running down the hill. The buckwheat cake was in her mouth, the tear was in her eye. Says I'm coming from the south, Miss Susan, don't you cry. Oh, Susanna, don't you cry for me. 'Cause I came from Alabama with my banjo on my knee. Night to all you fellas in the service from us girls at home. Night, girls. Night, fellas. Night, everybody.
Remember, next week at this same time, in person, Dinah Shore, same station. And won't you also remember, ladies and gentlemen, to make Mum your word for charm? Get a jar of Mum, that's M-U-M, Mum, from your druggist tomorrow. Truman Bradley speaking.
This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the Blue Network.
This is KECA, Los Angeles,
The Kate Smith Show, a special rebroadcast for you soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen of the United Nations. Now, here's Kate Smith.
Hello, everybody. There'll be sun-kissed days and moon-kissed nights when sweethearts meet again by and by. There'll be twilight talk and moonlight walk, while friendly stars above light the sky. I see couples in a peaceful little cottage, so cozy be sun-kissed days and moon-kissed nights when sweethearts meet again by and by. Couples in a peaceful little cottage, so cozy and warm, living in a world of love and laughter directly after the storm. There'll be sun-kissed days and moon-kissed nights. Hearts meet again by and by.
One of the finest piano players in the world, Mr. Sam Prager, and his interpretation of Liza. Mr. Prager. repeat by popular request. Kate, the Escorts and Betty, and Paper Doll.
I'm gonna buy a paper doll that I can call my own. A doll that other fellas cannot steal. And then the flirty, flirty guys with their flirty, flirty eyes. We'll have to flirt with dollies that are real. When I come home at night, she will be waiting. She'll be the truest doll in all this world. Say, I'd rather have a paper doll to call my own than have a fickle-minded, real live girl. I'm gonna buy a paper doll that I can call my own, a doll that other fellas cannot steal. And then the flirty, flirty guys with their flirty, flirty eyes will have to flirt with dollies that are real. When I come home at night, she will be waiting. She'll be the truest doll in all this world. I'd rather have a paper doll to call my own than have a fickle-minded, real live girl.
If there is any truth in the saying, ignorance is bliss, you're about to meet four of the most carefree people in the world. Our quiz program, known, as it pays to be ignorant, has a board of experts so dull they can't even make a cutting remark. Now, as moderator of the board, we have that famous scholar, historian, Mr. Tom Howard. Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Ted Collins, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, here we are again to bring you a few more gray hairs. We have a board of experts composed of Mr. Harry McNaughton, Miss Lula McConnell, and Mr. George Shelton. Sit down, will you, please?
That does me so much good, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Howard. I have a poem.
You have a poem?
Yes. She used to sit upon his lap as happy as could be, but now he makes her seasick. He's got water on the knees.
Hey, you know, Mr. Howard, I just got a letter from my Uncle Sorghum.
Your uncle?
Yeah, you know the guy that owns the farm up there in Maine?
I see.
Oh, what a windstorm they had up there last week, he said.
Miss McConnell visited.
Yeah,
huh?
no, she didn't. No,
I see. All right, go ahead.
No, he said he was out in the barn milking old Betsy the cow,
Yeah?
and the wind was so strong it blew the barn down and blew the cow right out of his hands.
Oh, dear, dear.
There he was, left holding the bag.
Now that you've met the brain bus, we'll get right on with the program. Who is our first contestant, Mr. Wilson?
Oh, Mr. Howard, I want you to meet from the United States Navy, Motor Machinist First Class, Ken Lyon.
Oh, how do you do? How do you do, Ken Lyons, and welcome to our program. You say you're a machinist first class, is that
Yes, sir.
right? That's very good. Would you care to tell us your hometown, Mr. Lyon?
Well, I'm from Virginia, but for the past 6 years I've been in Washington, D.C., sir.
Yeah, but your hometown is in Virginia.
Yes, Manassas, Virginia.
What town?
Manassas.
You couldn't move to Richmond, could you?
No, sir.
Okay, from Virginia. Well, Mr. Sheldon's been down there quite a lot, you know. That's where they cure a lot of hams, I believe. So we'll get right on. What did you,
I'm waiting to figure out what that means.
Okay, later on.
I'll get sore in a minute.
What did you do before you entered the service?
Well, I was a machinist in the Washington Navy Yard, sir.
In the Navy Yard?
Oh, in the Navy. I used to work in the Navy Yard myself.
Yeah. Oh, all right.
Yeah, I was a bartender in the Navy Yard.
What?
Good business, sir.
I used to handle schooners.
Yeah, all right. Please. Would you mind?
Oh, dear.
Would you mind telling us what you intend doing after you leave the service?
Well, sir, since I've been in the service, I've been married, and I think I'd like to take up law work after I get out of the service, sir.
Oh, you take up law work?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's a good idea, I think, being you're married, won't cost you anything for a divorce, being a lawyer. Well, would you mind putting your hand into the dunce cap and picking out a question for us tonight, please?
What's his name, Mr. Howard?
Well, his name, you can ask him that.
Can I ask him? You might, because he looks so nice and cute and everything.
Yeah.
What's your first name, honey?
Kenneth?
Kenneth.
Kenneth.
Oh, ain't that cute? I just got a loving name. Oh, that's just swell. Well, you can just call me Fruitcake.
Fruitcake?
Yes. Yes, I have lots of spice.
Yeah. And you're just as nutty, too.
Oh, shut up, will you?
Okay. Pay no attention to her, Kenneth. She's at the age now where she eats her bread out of a bowl. Will you reach into the hat, as I said before, and pick out a question for it? Would you read it? You have it there, please.
What time of day is mentioned in the song, Oh, What a Beautiful Morning?
I see. No help, please. No help. What time of day is mentioned in the song, Oh, What a Beautiful Morning? Did you hear the question? It's a musical question.
Oh, I love musical questions.
You do?
They're so musical.
All right, they're so musical.
Matter of fact, I have a whole collection of musical instruments.
Yeah.
I have a saxophone, trombone, piccolo, flute, violin.
Yeah, have you got a zither?
Rather, I have a zither and a brother.
Well, all right. Never mind the threadbare puns. We have a question here, please.
Well, not that it makes any difference, Mr. Howard. But what was the question?
The question was what time of day was mentioned in the song. What? Wait a minute. I'll help you out here if I can. I'll have Mr. Miller and his orchestra play a few bars of the song. See if you can tell me what time of day is mentioned. Can we have a few bars, Mr. Miller? Fine. I think, Mr. Miller, that'll give them enough. That'll give them some idea.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. Do you know the name of the song, Mr. McNaughton? You heard the number being played.
Yes, but I didn't hear the words. They didn't play the words.
Oh, they didn't play the words. Mr. McNaughton, why don't you stick your fingers in your ears and go bowling? Look, we got a key here.
Say, Mr. Howard, what key was that number in?
What difference does it make what key?
Makes a lot of difference. If we ain't got a key, how can we tell what flat it's in?
How can... You'll do well to stay out of flats.
We might get in the wrong apartment.
All right, look. Wait a minute. I'll sing the song for you. Oh, what a beautiful morning.
Oh, no, not that. Oh.
What's the matter?
After all, old boy,
that noise?
there's a limit. Don't you sing. We'll figure it out.
All right.
Oh, let him sing it. He'll sing it if it kills him.
Oh, well, if it kills him, all right.
All right. Please, if you don't want me to sing, suppose you answer the question.
Yeah, what was the question?
It's a musical question.
Oh, I love musical questions.
Yeah.
They're so musical.
Now, look. Yeah.
I have trombone, clarinet, piccolo, flute.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Have you a zither?
Will you cut it out? We already said that here. I mean, a zither.
Oh, that's where we heard.
Yeah, he's got a wife and a brother. I don't know what he said. Get on here with a question. Miss McCollum, do you know anything about the song?
Well, I know the song, but I don't know what day it is.
Not the day. What time of day?
Well, if you know the song, Miss McConnell, why don't you sing it?
Now, wait a minute. You want to hurt Kate Smith's feelings
Oh,
here?
she won't mind.
Well, I'd be glad to sing it.
Oh, yeah.
I certainly would. Give me a chord, Professor, will you?
Give her a rope, will you?
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day.
She's singing from a trombone part.
This theater can be empty for 5 minutes flat.
Everything's going my way.
All right. All right, that's enough. She could...
Boy.
Don't encourage her, please.
Boy, from now on, you can call me Frankie.
Well, what do you mean, Frankie?
Now I got a busted eardrum.
All right.
Oh, Mr. Connell, don't you mind them. I mean, you sing divinely. You know, a voice like that you find once in a lifetime.
Yeah, but why did she have to find it in our lifetime?
Oh, shut up, you old skinny model for a cow's tail.
Cow's tail?
I may not have a good voice, but... I got blood.
You got blood. Let's get back to the question before our guest here needs a transfusion. Let's get on
I
here.
say, Mr. Howard, do you know that song, Oh, What a Beautiful Morning?
Wait a minute.
That's just the song that I was singing.
All right.
It was. I thought you were singing shortening bread. One slice at a time.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll have you know I sang the pipes of Pan.
Yeah? Well, if the pipes are as bad as your pan, it must have been awful.
Don't mind it, Miss McConnell. You have a musical voice.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a whole collection of musical instruments.
Wait a minute, please.
Have you got a fife?
I've got a 5 and 3 kids.
Oh, will you cut it out, please? Where you getting them puns at?
I'll have you know, Mr. Howard, that I once joined a trio.
You did? What happened?
It became a quartet.
Became a quartet. Look, Mr. Wilson, suppose you pay our guest, well, let me see. Pay him $25 for his question, will you, Mr. Wilson?
All right, Mr. Howard. The United States Navy, motor machinist first class, Ken Lyon,
Yeah.
$25
Yes.
with our compliments.
Yeah, sit over beside Mr. Thompson.
Keep the park bench dusted at the old rendezvous and hold everything till I get back to you. Keep the moon well polished, let it shine out like dew. But hold everything till I get back to you. If you ever feel you need company,
Go and give yourself a great big hug and charge it up to me.
keep your love and kisses till I give you the cue. And hold everything till I get back to you. Hold tight, my baby, I'll be back on the run. This fight may be over quicker than you can say, Jack Robinson. Keep the home front happy, but take care what you do. Just hold everything till I get back to you. Darling, don't do anything I wouldn't do. How can I chase the enemy with somebody else chasing you? Keep your love and kisses till I give you the cue. Hold everything till I get back to you.
America Sings with Kate Smith. The newest and the best, the old and the remembered. Tonight it's a love song for the lonely splendor of a wind-swept hill. A song that searches the byways of the stars and walks the watches of the night. A song of love waiting for someone to come back. A song that is a prayer and a faith for every heart that has had to say goodbye. It's for the name that is written across your heart. Kate Smith sings it now. It was 1940's biggest hit, High on a Windy Hill.
Feel can't forget your voice that calls my name. Your voice that calls my
And now a song that really is one of the big hits of the year. Little Did I Know.
Little did I know when I met you that I would learn to worship you so. I thought I'd kiss and then forget you. Little did I know. Oh, little did I dream your caresses meant more than a passing hello. But now my foolish heart confesses, little did I know. April in the moonlight, the thrill of a June night, a lake and a birch canoe. Christmas and Thanksgiving, the rapture of living, were things that I never knew. You were like a star far above me. I was just the dreamer below. Oh, little did I dream you'd love me. Little did I know. April in the moonlight, the thrill of a June night, those bicycle rides with you. Christmas and Thanksgiving, the rapture of living, were things that I never knew. Why, you were like a star far above me. I was just a dreamer below. Little did I dream you'd love me.
rebroadcast of The Kate Smith Show is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Presenting the adventures of Jungle Jim. The Adventures of Jungle Jim, broadcast weekly over this station, are dramatized from the full-color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest comic supplement that comes to you each week with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Join the 11 million adults and the 6 million youngsters who enjoy the world's best artists featured in every issue of the Comic Weekly, which comes to you with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Jim, heading for the Orient, discovered the spy, Hacker O'Neill, in the act of using a flashlight to signal from the blacked-out steamer Albatross to a submarine not far from the Atlantic end of the Panama Canal. He dragged the spy before the captain, and while they were questioning him, a tremendous explosion fairly lifted the ship from the ocean, and when it fell back, there was a decided list to one side. The sub's torpedo had done its deadly work with great efficiency. All of the passengers were transferred to the lifeboats, but the Sea Tiger wanted no trace of the ship or its passengers and crew ever to be found, for they shelled and machine-gunned them till every last boat was left in a sinking condition. The morning sun found Jim and one member of the crew the only survivors, but a few minutes later the sailors slipped away from the wrecked spar.
Curtis! 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 Oh, it's no use. He was done in. Something pulled him under. The water wouldn't turn red for no reason. Good heavens! Sharks! Oh, the poor fellow. Oh, the dirty rats on that sub did a complete job, all right. Seems like he and I were the only ones lucky enough to survive this long. Now there's only me left. Well, if I ever get to land, I'll fight those devils as long as I'm able to draw breath.
Good morning, Captain Burns.
Good morning, sir. You ready to take over?
Ready, willing, and able, sir.
Well, now let me take an informal look at you. Yes, I think you'll pass, Master. A bit young, perhaps. How long are you out?
Last year, sir.
Of course, you know how long ago your father and I left the academy.
Yes, sir. And I've heard him often tell stories of the first year on duty with yourself.
Seems like only a few years ago when we were ensigns together. A couple of young, smart Alecks, too. But your dad had what it takes. He was always an officer and a gentleman. I'm proud that he's my admiral.
Seems to me, sir, there was not much to choose between you, sir. I'm just as proud to serve under your command.
Oh, come now. This is degenerating into a mutual admiration society. But tell me about yourself. Ever done a trick on a destroyer before?
No, sir, except for basic training. This is my first assignment.
Well, you might get to like it. But if you do, it'll be in spite of your better judgment.
I'm sure I'll like it, sir.
She's got a backbone of rubber. Can outwiggle a hula dancer. Do an Irish jig and a cakewalk in seas 40 feet high.
Sounds interesting, sir.
Interesting? When we get some weather, you won't be dry for maybe a week. Not much food, but hardtack and lukewarm coffee. And you get half of that down your neck. Now, does that sound interesting?
You seem to thrive on it, sir. Must have some compensation.
Well, I see you don't fool easily, do you, lad? Yes, it has compensations. It'll outrun anything that floats and can deal with pig boats as a terrier does with rats. Yes, I love this tub. I never want to leave it, except to retire. And that happens next year.
Well, you'll have company, sir. Dads do the same time.
I suppose it should be that way. We old codgers move on and let you youngsters have a chance to see what you can do. By the way, I'd like to stand the first few minutes of your watch with you. I noticed signs of odd bits of wreckage. Not much to go on, but it might lead to something.
I'd be delighted, sir, to have you.
Thanks.
What kind of wreckage did you see, sir?
Oh, only scraps, wood, bits of cloth. But they have a new look about them. Haven't been in the water long enough to get that aged look that the sea gives to everything. Ships, men, wreckage, everything.
I think I understand, but I don't see any such flotsam around us now, sir.
I told you there wasn't much to go on, only the barest of scraps. Plus the fact that Sparks reported that he received the letter S all alone on the commercial ship band last night.
Oh, that's strange, sir.
Yes. He tried for an hour to raise someone on that same wavelength, but no answer of any kind.
And now this trace of fresh wreckage sounds like a sub might be in the vicinity.
Perhaps, but none have dared our patrols this far west up to now.
Well, just before I left for this cruise, we heard about a secret base that was discovered and destroyed. And it was well inside the Caribbean.
Yes, I had that report, too, in the form of alert number 3. There might be a stray from that pack who's more daring than the rest.
You mean, sir, we might meet up with it soon?
You're just itching for action, aren't you? Yes, it's working this area. We have a good chance of meeting up with it. Just as good as the next fellow. Well, I think I'll go below. Now, when you finish this trick, come to my quarters. Eh?
Yes, sir. Hello, Ensign Foley speaking.
Look out, sir. There's some strange objects about 4 points off the starboard bow, sir. Could we change course for a few minutes to get a better look?
Certainly. 4 points, you say?
Yes, sir.
4 it is. Keep a sharp eye on it.
Aye, sir.
What's up?
Lookout reports something floating. He wants a slight change in course to get a better look.
Try your glasses on it.
I've picked it up, sir.
Good.
But it seems to be part of a big spar, sir. Wait a minute, there's a funny bump on it.
Let me do. Mr. Foley, I'd hustle over to get a closer look at that as soon as possible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It's a man, all right. Break out a boat. We'll pick him up.
Boat station 3, launch and pick up shipwreck survivor.
Well, there's your answer about the submarine. By all the signs, that man is from a recently torpedoed ship.
And you were right about that wreckage, sir.
Well, Dr. Evans, what have we been able to do for him?
All we could, sir. I hope it'll prove to be enough.
What shape is he in?
Bad, sir. Very bad case of submersion. He'd been in the water a minimum of 3 days, but there's a surprising heart action.
Oh? Well, what do you mean?
It's very strong and improving every minute. Really, I don't understand it.
It doesn't surprise you that a human being is tenacious of life, does it?
Oh, no, not that, but this one seemed to have been unconscious for almost 24 hours before we picked him up. And from his condition, should have been dead of thirst, if not of exposure.
When do you think he'd come to, Doctor?
At the rate he's going, I'd say another hour. Should see him almost wide awake.
All right. If he's ready to talk before then, call me. I'd like to get his story as soon as possible. No identification, eh?
No, Captain. Just a bunch of keys and a few American coins. Not even a scrap of paper.
Well?
Dr. Evans wants you to step down to the sick bay. That waterlogged fellow we picked up shows signs of rousing, sir.
Good. Oh, you want to come along while we get his story?
I'd love to, sir.
You know, he's a pretty tough customer, whoever he is. Dr. Evans didn't think at first that he'd ever regain consciousness.
Well, sir, now he definitely seems to be on the mend. He'll need rest for a few days, but that's about all.
Hello, Captain.
Hello, Doctor.
Foley. This way, gentlemen. I have a modern miracle to report. Look.
Say, that fellow looks normal. He was a drowned rat when I saw him last.
Mr. Bradley, you're rescuers. Lieutenant Commander Burns and Ensign Foley.
How do you do?
Gentlemen, I've never been more delighted to meet anyone.
You feel strong enough to talk for a few minutes?
Just as long as you'll listen.
There's only a few questions for now. First, what happened?
Steamship Albatross in Puerto Rico. Bound for Singapore. Torpedoed by a Hexa submarine.
Torpedoed? How do you know?
We had a spy aboard. I caught him signaling from our ship, which was traveling blacked out, and I just turned him into the captain when the torpedo struck. Our ship lasted only about 12 minutes. Could only use the port boats. This was too great to even launch rafts from the starboard.
Well, how did you get so far away from the boats?
Well, none left afloat. Dirty pirates shelled every lifeboat at point-blank range and then used machine guns. Guess I got away because I wasn't even in a boat. There was another chap and myself tied to that spar, but shark got him 2 days ago.
They're inhuman, sir.
I know, but don't worry. We'll find them all in time and teach them it doesn't pay.
And say, I hope you'll leave a few for me. There's only one thing I want to do. Get well fast now. Take a crack at those enemies. Not only of our country, but of all mankind.
I think you'll get all the chance you want, son, and soon.
Thank you, Captain. Would you notify Colonel Barrett, Army Intelligence, Puerto Rico, that I'm safe and ready to take up any assignment he's willing to give me? Sign it, Jim Bradley.
Colonel Barrett, G2 Army, Jim Bradley. Say, do they ever call you Jungle Jim?
Well, yes, some of my friends do.
Well, let me shake your hand, sir.
Well,
Captain Burns, this is the man who found the submarine base on Thorson's Island.
Well.
Pulled it down over their ears.
I've heard of it.
I never expected to meet you here, of all places. Boy, are we lucky.
I think so. But I'd say that I'm the lucky one. I never expected to put my foot on solid earth again.
Well, now, suppose we let this man get some rest and send a message for him. Doctor, may we have hourly bulletins on our patients?
I'd be delighted, sir.
Well, goodbye, Jim Bradley.
Goodbye, Jim.
Thanks, Captain.
Goodbye, Captain.
Come in.
They're in for trouble with the crew, Captain.
What kind of trouble? What do they want?
It's the inaction, Herr Captain. They feel sure we'll be found out and bombed if we stay so close to the spot where the Albatross went down.
Who is responsible for the ship? The crew or me, Herr Lieutenant?
Right. You, Herr Captain.
Then it is I who will give the orders. And those Schweinhund, they can obey them. Tell them that. And anyone who does not want to obey, send them to me. There is still a lot of discipline left in my Luger pistol. Well, what are you waiting for? Come, speak up. What is it?
But maybe the men are right, sir. Maybe it is dangerous to stay too near.
You too? Do you realize this is mutiny?
Couldn't we move, say, 50 miles or so?
No, not 1 inch to here. You dumb hider. Now get out of here. Go back to that crew. Tell them to line up for inspection. Any man who puts a look on his face I don't like, he will be shot. Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler, Herr Captain.
Destroyer to starboard. U.S. Navy. Class 160.
Ah, you hear that, Lieutenant? Now to you and your bunch of dunderheads know why I waited here.
Yeah.
That sinking was bait for bigger fish. Man the forward torpedo tube.
Yeah, Herr Captain.
And even you wanted to move. Now maybe you'll learn something about patience.
French. 2,400 yards. 16. Deflection. 37.
37.
Well, how is the patient this afternoon?
Tip-top, Captain. I'm only sorry I can't stay here in bed for a week. I actually took that cruise for a rest.
Well, you'll stay here just as long as it's necessary to bring you into the real pink of condition.
Torpedo 2 points off the port bow. Torpedo 2 points off the port bow.
Don't miss the next exciting episode of The Adventures of Jungle Jim. Remember, you can follow these adventures in the full-color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly, which comes to you with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. And now, a very special announcement. Listen closely, will you? Avenge Pearl Harbor, Manila, and Wake Island. Here is how you can do your part to strike a vigorous blow at our treacherous enemies. Join the campaign to buy a bomber. To have a part in this stirring effort for your country, put your contributions, no matter how large or small, in an envelope and mail it at once to the Buy a Bomber Fund in care of the Sunday newspaper that brings you your Comic Weekly. Join the hundreds of thousands of patriotic citizens who have started a flood of dimes and dollars to buy a bomber and avenge Pearl Harbor, Manila, and Wake Island. Do your bit today. Remember, an average of only a few dimes from each reader will raise the $300,000 necessary to buy a bomber for Uncle Sam. Send your contributions, large or small, to the Buy a Bomber Fund in care of your Sunday newspaper that brings you the Comic Weekly.
Treasury Star Parade. Bringing you the sparkling personality and music of Carmen Cavallaro and his orchestra, featuring Mr. Cavallaro at the piano and the singing voice of Larry Douglas. Friends, this is Larry Elliott speaking for the United States Treasury. Our boys in the armed services will continue fighting until their job is done. And on the home front, we must continue our support of America's war efforts. We must keep up our work and sacrifices and increase our pledges for war bonds and stamps. 10% or more of our incomes every week or every payday. Buy all the war bonds you can afford and save for victory.
This is Carmen Cavallaro, ladies and gentlemen, leading off the Treasury Star Parade with a lively and saucy song hit from the new Cole Porter show, Something for the Boys. Hey, Good Looking. Here's a tune that folks enjoy dancing to. It's one of the season's most beautiful ballads. You'd be so nice to come home to. And now, from the biggest hit show of the year on Broadway and the road, and about to be released in picture form. Yes, you guessed it. From This Is the Army by Irving Berlin, Larry Douglas sings With My Head in the Clouds.
While I'm there in the air with my head in the clouds, I think of someone I love. And I know down below she is thinking of me while I am up there above. When the night is clear and the bombardier drops a bomb that's wired for sound, how I yearn to return with my head in the clouds to the one I love on the ground. What does a flyer think of when he's up there in the sky? Ask any army pilot and he'll answer with a sigh. While I'm there in the air with my head in the clouds, I think of someone I love. And I know down below she is thinking of me while I am up there above. When the night is clear and the bombardier drops a bomb that's wired for sound, how I yearn to return with my head in the clouds to the one I love on the ground.
This is yours truly, Carmen Cavallaro again, taking over at the keyboard with one of the most exciting tunes of the last 20 years. Another hit by Cole Porter, Begin the Beguine. It has given me more pleasure than I can say to have played for an audience that's working so hard to help win this war. But may I also say, straight from the heart and straight from the shoulder, that no matter what your war job is, no matter what you're doing for civilian defense, that job is only half done if you neglect to invest at least 10% of your earnings in war bonds and stamps.
Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that the money you lend your government today by buying war bonds will help win this war. And when it's won, and the men who have fought so magnificently come home, that same money will guarantee a sane and prosperous peace for them and for you and yours. So to every person fighting on the bond front, make it a good fight. Make it the best fight you can afford. Boost your bond buying through the payroll savings plan by every penny you can spare. Right now, today. You've done your bit. Now do your best. The United States Treasury Department wishes to thank the distinguished artists who have given their services to this program. Carmen Cavallaro, Larry Douglas and the orchestra, as well as this station for the use of its facilities. This is Larry Elliott speaking.
Command Performance salutes you, Tommy Atkins. Command Performance USA. The greatest entertainers in America firing a worldwide salute to the British Army by command of Uncle Sam's armed forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented tonight for you fighting men of the British Commonwealth
and presented every week for the fighting men of all the United Nations till it's over there. Hello there, Tommy Atkins, and greetings from your good friend Uncle Sam. Tonight, the Union Jack and the Stars and Stripes fly side by side on the American entertainment front as the United States Army pays tribute to the British Army Week and to the men who make this week a warning of dangerous weeks ahead for the Axis. That means you, Tommy Atkins, so stick out that chest, while Command Performance gives you a slap on the back that'll make your knees buckle. We know you're particular about your music, so we've got the best for you. The Army Air Forces Orchestra of 70 pieces, directed by Major Eddie Dunstetter. Bing Crosby, Dinah Shore, Carmen Miranda, and our guest conductor, Captain Meredith Wilson, music director of all Army Special Service Division radio programs. And the commanding officer of Command Performance, the man who is tops with the AEF and with your partners in all the Allied nations, your master of ceremonies, Bob Hope.
Thank you. Hiya, fellas. This is Bob. Salute to Tommy Atkins Hope. Telling all you fighting Britishers that though with shoe rationing, we may be down to 3 pairs of shoes, the Axis is down to 3 heels. Yes, sir, it's an honor to be on this command performance tonight for England. You all know what England is. That's an island surrounded by tea. But it's really very appropriate for me to be on this show for Britain. After all, I was born in London. I was born in the theater. My folks would do anything to keep from buying a ticket. But seriously, it's the truth. I was born in the theater in the West End of London in the fog. By the time the fog cleared away, I was 6 years old, and it was too late for my parents to do anything about it. My father took one look at me and said, "Mother, we've been blitzed." But it was fun being in London. We had a large family, 4 boys, 4 girls, and me. Of course, the family didn't stay long. I left England when I was 7 years old. You see, in those days, they were exporting ham, and I'll never forget that trip to America. Great boat, wonderful accommodations. Every night I used to go up 3 or 4 decks and watch them dance in the steerage. I was down so deep in that boat, when I got off, I had the bends. I was a cute little fellow, though. Every night I'd go down to the hold and tell the crew jokes. They liked me so well, they held me over the side of the boat. But it really was a very nice trip and a fine boat. It was called the SS Maldemir. Maldemir, that's French for you can't take it with you. After 3 days at sea, I looked like the picture on my passport. Well, it was a fine trip. All I did was lean over the rail and relax. Well, we finally arrived in America and moved right to Cleveland. We really became Americanized. After 5 days, my father took out his first papers, but he didn't sell them, so they took away his stand. And the kids on the streets of Cleveland liked me. Within a week, they were calling me the same nickname as the kids in England. I guess Stinky is international. Oh, but I love England. It's really wonderful. I finally went back to England about 3 years ago. When I got off the boat, I was greeted by the Bob Hope fan club and his keeper. And talk about the English sense of humor. I'll never forget once I was taking a trip from London, and I told the fellow next to me a joke. Halfway to Southampton, he started to laugh. I said, "Just get the gag?" He said, "No, I just remembered you left your bag in the station." But that's enough of that. The old command performance observation squadrons have checked all pubs between Aberdeen and Liverpool, and reconnaissance indicates that British Army Week, or any week, there's one girl who'd be welcome at everybody's dart game. So, for the RAF personnel in West Africa, for the whole crowd on Malta, for England's great girls in khaki and Air Force blue, for Tony Lamb in Brighton, Sussex, and Montgomery's magnificent men in North Africa, here's Moonlight Becomes You, sung by your worldwide sweetheart, Dinah Shore.
Becomes you, it goes with your hair. You I'm thrilled at the sight, and I could get so romantic tonight. You're all dressed up to go dreaming. Now don't tell me I'm wrong. Ah, what a night to go dreaming. Mind if I tag along? If I say I love you, I want you to know it's not just because there's moonlight, although moonlight becomes you so. Moonlight becomes you.
That was really great, Dinah. And, honey, you know, of course, that it's British Army Week.
Well, sure.
And you know that one of their top marching songs over there is Tipperary? And, Dinah, our big Air Forces orchestra has cooked up a special arrangement of Tipperary as it was sung over 25 years ago. And as we might sing it today. How about doing it?
Well, sure, but, Bob, it really ought to be a duet.
And don't think it isn't. Fellas, your own Tipperary, a la 1918 and 1943, sung by Dinah Shore and the little round man who sings, Bing Crosby.
It's a long way to Tipperary. It's a long way to go. It's a long way to Tipperary, to the sweetest girl I know. Goodbye, Piccadilly. Farewell, Leicester Square. It's a long, long way to Tipperary, but my heart's right
There's a hometown like Tipperary in the old USA. There's a hometown like Tipperary for each Yankee on his way. Oh, away out in California, Texas or Times Square, there's an old hometown like Tipperary, and we salute you from there.
Thank you, Bing and Dinah. Ladies and gentlemen, in the British Army are men and women from all walks of life. For in Britain, as in America, all men and women know that not until Hitlerism walks out of our lives forever can we go back to our little shops and flower gardens and the quiet of the countryside. From such men and women have come the sons who push Rommel back across 1,500 miles of desert sand and whose spirit will push on to Berlin. In all great democracies, the Army is but an image of the people, hard-working, hard-fighting, and holding firm to those things dear to the people. Thus, in the fighting arm of the USA, there's a high place for the music of free men, and we offer it tonight to the free and fighting men of Britain. Here's the Army Air Forces Orchestra under the direction of Major Eddie Dunstetter playing Stairway to the Stars. That was the Army Air Forces Orchestra joining command performance in this international salute to the British Army. It seems that when you sit down to write in your request to command performance, there's a little mental telepathy going on between you and your friends in such whistle stops as Melbourne, Johannesburg, Chongqing, Cairo, Rio de Janeiro, and so on. The common idea being to bring on the girl who can give a guy ideas in any language. With her army of admirers, she was a sure bet for British Army Week. Fellas, here with a medley of her famous song hits, your Brazilian bombshell, Carmen Miranda.
Yoli bum de bum 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 bum, yoli bum de bum 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 lele, yoli bum de bum 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 lá, quero ver três vezes, bum leva bum lá bum. Ali bum de bum 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 bum, ali bum de bum bum lele, ali bum de bum bum lá, quero ver três vezes, bum leva. Eu vi um papi papani papadeira e outro papi papostado de uma papa de fubá, papo pipa papa amarela no papo de papi papi que papo lá na mapa. Quando eu disse papai que papi papai um papai de vindis na isso que papera papão, eu fiquei para como um papo no meu estava quando escuto papagaio ele dizer papapagão, yoli bum de bum 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 bum.
Yoli bum 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 lele. Yoli bum 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 la la. Quero ver 3 vezes bum la la bam. Ali bum 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 bum. Ali bum bum lele. Ali bum bum la la. Quero ver 3 vezes bum la la. Eu vi um papo e papani papatela e outro papi papuçado de uma papa de bubai. Papo que papa amarela no papo de papi que papo lá na mapa. Quando eu disse papo que papi papai papai de 20 mais porque o papo era papão. E porque eu como papo não me estava quando escuto papagaio ele dizia papagão. Que se cobrou o capeta de uma capa que se trepa na garupa do capeta capataz. Porque ninguém possa ver o papo pipa papo andar embaixo. Eu lhe vamos de bambu bambu bam. Eu lhe vamos de bambu bambu lelé. Eu lhe vamos de bambu lalá. Quero ver 3 vezes bambu lalá. Vai! Ali vamos de bambu bambu lelé. Ali vamos de bambu lalá. Quero ver 3 vezes bambu lalá. Bambu. Thank you, Carmen Miranda. Next, fellas, for Sergeant Frank Evans in the Royal Australian Air Force, somewhere in the middle of Middle Egypt, for Bill Westheisen in the South African Air Force, for the Girls Training Corps at Fairways, for the stalwart men of the Merchant Marine, for Tommy Hind on a Canadian Corvette, for you guys who run the nightly bomb service to Germany and occupied Europe, here's the lad who gets first call whenever you think of American music. Hollywood's answer to the well-dressed man, Bing Crosby.
Thank you, fellas. And hi, you slope snoot. What's buzzing?
What's buzzing? Bing,
Yes,
that's
what's
no
buzzing?
greeting for this show going right to the British soldiers. This is going to England and the British Isles. Come, old boy. We'll try it again. And here he is now, that young man who's making an old man out of the stork, Bing Crosby.
Thank you. Pip, pip, cheerio, top hole, old bean, and all that sort of rot. You all?
What's that, you all?
Well, Bob, you're not going to leave out the southern part of England, are you?
Oh, perish the thought. Say, that's a nice combination you're wearing tonight.
You like this?
What's that, an AC coat with DC pants? What is that?
What is that you're wearing? Are you alone in there, or are you dancing with somebody?
Stick around. That coat may come back in style. But you know, Bing, the way you dress, I can't understand why Paramount always lets you win the girl in our road pictures.
Why do you say that, fatter than me?
Well, I just can't understand why they give the romantic role to an elderly man like you instead of a boy like me.
Elderly man? Well, I hope. I'm such a callow youth that I just missed being eligible for the draft by 2 months.
Yeah, it must have been wonderful back in 1917. But I'm only kidding, Bing. You do all right. I notice you're pretty popular with the women.
Well, I have had some minor successes. Shared the ride.
Let's leave your children out of this, huh?
But, Bob, tell me, when you come out of work at Paramount Studio, when you leave the studio there, do the girls chase you along the street?
Oh, it's about even. Say, but... Really, Cross, you know, the reason you do so well with girls is that you look so healthy. That's what I need, health. Tell me, 5 by 10, what do you think I ought to do? What do you think I ought to do about building myself up?
How about cutting down your nose a little?
Oh.
Well, you ever thought of playing golf?
Well, that's silly. I was out for 18 holes with you this afternoon. You saw what I can do.
Yes. You ever thought of playing golf? No, I'm only fooling. Really, I'm only fooling, Highhorn.
But, Claus, tell me frankly, do you ever think I can be an expert golfer?
Anybody can be an expert golfer, Bob. All you'd have to have are 4 things.
4 things. What are they?
Well, you'd have to drive the way Gene Sarazen does. 2, you'd have to approach the way Hagen does. 3, you'd have to putt the way Bobby Jones does.
And what's the 4th thing?
You'd have to keep score the way you do.
Well, that takes care of golf and me, too. And now, Bing, how about the tune that's so popular in Great Britain? You Are My Sunshine.
Oh, well, get me on, Dad.
The Music Maids and Phil and the Old Groaner.
The other night, dear, as I lay sleeping, I dreamed I held you in my arms. When I awoke, dear, I was mistaken, and I hung my head and I cried. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away.
I'll always love you, and I could make you happy if I were only sure that you would say the same. But if you leave me so I can love another, you will regret it all someday. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I really love you. So please don't take my sunshine away.
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away.
And the music maids and Phil, as far as we're concerned in the USA, Command Performance can pay no higher tribute to you men and women of the British Army than to share with you the works of a great American composer whom all of us loved, George Gershwin. At this moment, Major Eddie Dunstead of the Army Air Forces Orchestra is handing over the baton to the man whose music you hear on Command Performance each week, Captain Meredith Wilson. And from Gershwin's Porgy and Bess, you hear the selection, It Ain't Necessarily So, sung by Bing Crosby and Dinah Shore.
Oh, it ain't necessarily so.
It ain't necessarily so. The things that you're liable to read in the Bible.
Oh, it ain't necessarily so.
Little Moses was found in a stream. Little Moses was found in a stream. He floated on water till old Pharaoh's daughter, she fished him.
What's this?
She says, from that stream.
Oh, Samson from strong, he got weak.
How did he do that?
Oh, Samson from strong, he got weak. When he got that haircut, Delilah the fair cut. Old Samson from strong, he get weak.
Oh, way back in something B.C.
Man, that's early, ain't it?
Oh, Adam and Eve had to flee. Sure they did that deed in that Garden of Eden, but why chastise you and me?
Oh, Jonah, he lived in a whale. Jonah, he lived in a whale. Oh, he made his home in that fish's abdomen. Yes, Jonah, he lived in a whale.
Methuselah lived 900 years.
Man, that's old.
Methuselah lived 900 years. But who calls that living when no gal'll give in to no man what's 900 years?
What's this?
To get into heaven, don't snap for a seven, live clean, don't have no thought.
Oh, I takes that gospel whenever 'tis possible, but with a grain of salt. Oh, Solomon had 600 wives.
He was much married.
He got around.
Oh, Solomon had 600 wives. He's known for his wisdom.
Yes, but I say he is dumb.
Who takes himself 600
wives? I'm preaching this sermon to show it ain't necessarily so.
Well, Tommy Atkins, this is Bob Hope speaking from the USA. I suppose a lot of times you've wondered what sort of place the USA really is. Maybe you were a kid at Eton with starch collar, or maybe you grew up near the coal mines in Wales, or played in the streets waiting for Dad to come home from the factory in London. And maybe once in a while the whole family went to the movies and you saw the American cowboy shooting out the lights in a Wild West saloon and men and women in penthouses high above the streets of New York. You saw the Statue of Liberty, the rush of humanity in Manhattan, the loneliness of the prairies with wheat fields and cornfields stretching as far as the eye could see, the grandeur of the Rockies, the miles of white desert, and the endless gold of orange groves that roll onto the Golden Gate. But you still wondered about the people, and you ran to your history book to see if there you might come to know us more as you know the kid across the street. But your history book told you of Indians and pilgrims, the first Thanksgiving, and George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. And you looked at the maps, but the spots of blue color that marked the Great Lakes told you nothing of the men who bring the iron from Duluth, and the black dots that mark Dallas and Kansas City told you nothing of the men who raise mutton and beef. And no word in the books told you that the blood of an English boy from Dover is the same kind of blood that flows through the heart of an American boy from Texas. Now, I guess it's hard to find things like that in books. But along comes the greatest struggle in history, and the writing in books gives way to a new story being written in blood on the battlefields of North Africa, in the sky over Germany, on the raging waters of the Atlantic and Mediterranean. It's the story of what Tommy Atkins and Johnny American are fighting for. One's fighting for the sidewalks of New York, and the other's fighting for the streets of London. The one for the smell of alfalfa and the song of bobolink, the other for the fragrance of heather and the music of the nightingale. London or New York, Manchester or Minneapolis, Liverpool or Los Angeles, Birmingham or Boston, it's all one story. For Tommy Atkins and Johnny American are writing this story together.
This is Harry Von Zell winding up this special edition of Command Performance presented in honor of British Army Week. Command Performance is produced for you men in the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America. Has been a part of our English language shortwave service.
Again, the Army Weekly presents G.I. Jive. Here it is, fellas, the music you asked for. for G.I. Jive, the AEF jukebox of the air. To get what you want in jazz, right. The only address you need is Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. Just put your request in, and out will come your favorite bands and singing stars. Well, men, Shakespeare once said, quote, would Jump by any other name be his gut bucket? The answer is yes if it comes out of the old ever-loving jukebox. Today it's loaded with that fine stuff, and it's all going to be handled by Skipper Lester J., bosun's mate second class. Take over, Lester.
Thanks a lot, Lou Marcel, and hiya, men. Well, the pilot's are spinning, and I know you're waiting for me to get things rolling. So, what are we waiting for? Let's shove off with something by Lucky Milliner and his boys titled Jitters. Lucky, we're ready if you are. A nice case of jitters, Lucky. And now, fellas, I'm going to read a couple of squibs that might be of interest to Navy men. They're telling the story of the sailor home on leave who rushed to his girl's house and said, honey, we're sure going to have a swell time tonight. I've got 3 tickets for the movies. The gal, a little puzzled, said, well, why do we need 3 tickets? Well, said the sailor, one's for your father, one's for your mother, and the other's for your kid brother. And with that off our mind, we turn to Artie Shaw's famous record of Begin the Begin.
Texas Blue Jackets in North Africa were being addressed by their commanding officer. During the speech, he said, "Our job here, among other things, is to promote good neighborliness. Above all, we've got to be friendly with the natives, and don't argue with them. If they say that Africa is bigger than Texas, agree with them." And now, let's listen to Between the Devil and the Deep Blue Sea by John Scott Trotter and his orchestra. Chief Gunner's mate by the name of Flynn will always remember the naval battle of the Commandorsky Island north of Batu last March. He was aboard a heavy cruiser, and they were taking a lot of punishment, as well as dishing out a lot. Flynn's ship had the main battery put out of commission, the rudder jammed, and finally salt water leaked in, and she lost her steam. Flynn grabbed a set of earphones in the gun repair station and listened tensely for the next order, expecting the worst. Then to his startled ears came this terrifying statement: "There will be no movies this afternoon." All of which gets us to a fine Jimmy Dorsey arrangement of King Porter Stump. And that ends the cruise of the Good Ship Jukebox for now, men. She'll be sailing your way soon again, so be watching for it, will you? Thanks. Thanks, Taylor. And fellas, remember, this is your show, and you call the shots. Wish I could call mine. If there's anything you want to hear, write. The only address you need is Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. This program was produced for the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
The Armed Forces Radio Service Waltz Orchestra invites you to join us for the next 15 minutes of uninterrupted melodies in three-quarter time. Melodies designed to put you at ease. You've been at ease for the past few minutes to the following selections: Fairy Doll, Return of Spring, Viennese Bonbons, Waltz of the Flowers, and Love's Dream After the Ball. All played for you by the Armed Forces Radio Service Waltz Orchestra. At ease has been another presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
From the United States to you fighting men of the United Nations, the Special Service Division of the War Department presents Downbeat. And here it is, men, another Downbeat.
Right you are. It's Benny Carter, the amazing man of music. He's all set to show you some of his phenomena in sharps and flats. We're ready and waiting, so how about a starter, Carter? That was really swell, Penny. Tell me, what was the name of that number? Was it the Swordfish Blues or the Halibut Stomp or the Salmon Swing?
Well, the name of it was Fish Fry, Dick. But how come you were so sure it was something about fish?
Oh, the way you went up and down the scale.
Oh, I've heard of fish with chips, but this guy mixes it with corn.
Hello, Savannah. Why, you remember Dick Joy, our announcer. And you remember our singer, Dick.
Certainly I remember Savannah. There's something I've been meaning to ask her. Savannah, are you from Georgia?
Why, no. What makes you ask?
Oh, I just thought, your name being Savannah.
So what? Your name is Dick. Are you from Dixie?
Hey, I better get out of here. Sing, somebody.
Money, 1922. You let other women make a fool of you. Why don't you do right like some other men do? Get out of here and get me some money too. You're sitting down wondering what it's all about. If you ain't got no money, they will put you out. Why don't you do right like some other men do? Get out of here and get me some money too. If you had the head 20 years ago, you wouldn't be wandering now from Joe to Joe. Why don't you do right like some other men do? Get out of here and get me some money too. And I took you in. Now all you got to offer me is a big wide grin. Why don't you do right like some other men do?
ride out a year and get me some money too. Why don't you do right?
And now for you fellas who happen to be in the same barracks with a guy who thinks he has to use his nose at night to make a noise like a Pratt & Whitney engine just because he's in the Air Force, Benny Carter would like to give you a portion of something you might need. Sleep. Benny, besides playing the saxophone, trumpet, and clarinet, I understand you also arrange and write a lot of your own numbers.
That's right, Dick.
Well, tell me, when did you first take an interest in music?
Well, I guess I just come from a very musical family. My father, my mother, and all my sisters and brothers learned to play wind instruments when I was just a kid.
You certainly had a lot of people at your place blowing those wind instruments then.
Oh, yes. Just practicing every afternoon. We used to keep our whole neighborhood air conditioned.
Oh, and you liked the saxophone best, huh?
Oh, yeah, Dick. You know, I almost won a contest once just to see who could hold a note longest on the saxophone.
Well, how come you lost?
Oh, those crooked judges decided a bicycle pump was illegal.
Uh-oh. Well, how's about showing us what you can do with that saxophone right now, Benny?
Okay, Dick.
And how's about playing one of your solos, Ill Wind?
Okay, Dick.
How's about loaning me $5?
Okay. Hey, say, you gotta watch this man. He's tricky. Well, here comes Savannah Churchill again. What are you going to sing for us this time, Savannah?
I'd like to sing I Used to Love You, But It's All Over. And I'd like to dedicate it to my former boyfriend.
You mean you broke off with your boyfriend?
That's right. I got so mad at him, everything went hazy. I told him never to call me again. I got so hazy I didn't even know what to tell him.
Well, look, did you give him back that big diamond engagement ring?
I said I went hazy, not crazy.
Oh, Benny, the music, while I sit down and try to figure out women. Now tell us exactly what happened, Savannah.
I used to love you, but it's all over now. You know it's all over town that you threw me down. You shouldn't let that kind of story go around. You had your chance, but now it's all over. I'll get along somehow. Now there are things that you did I used to forgive, but you never changed just as long as you live. I used to love you, but it's all over
next on our list, Benny? Well, the boys and I would like to dedicate our next number to a bunch of fellows over in New Caledonia who wrote us that swell letter that was signed the Swing Club from way out. Thanks for the letter, men, and here's the tune you asked for. It's a real old favorite, Honeysuckle Rose.
And now Benny Carter and the boys are going to hang up the stars and the moon while Savannah tells you all about the witching hour. That brand new tune, Midnight.
without me, alone and in the mood for loving you. Midnight, the hour long for your return. I feel this glow for you still burning, because my heart forgets that we are through. I can't sleep to see you. That's an old scheme. I can keep or free you when I dream. Happy night, the magic hour when love was made up. I'd rather sleep and never wake up than go on dreaming dreams that won't come true.
Say, Dick, this is our last number coming up, isn't it?
That's right, Benny. So I want you to give out with a solid hunk of swing that'll rock the cats till their whiskers wave. A snatch of jive that's hotter than hot and faster than fast.
You mean you want us to split scenes on zoot suits and unleather soles?
You got me.
Well, here it is, on the Alamo.
comes time to put the bookmark in the book again and lay aside Downbeat for a while. But we'll be opening it very soon again to the pages you men suggest by your requests. Thank you, Benny Carter, Savannah Churchill, and all the boys in the band.
It was a pleasure, Dick. Best wishes, men, and so long for now.
Bye, fellows. And don't you forget those requests.
Downbeat is prepared for you men in the armed forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division, the War Department of the United States of America.